think I might be live. I am. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Let me remove that there. Perfect. Whoops. Hold on. All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Friday to you. Happy Lionsgate for those of you that are in the Lionsgate energies. We got some stuff to talk about, but before we get into everything, hello. Hope you are having an amazing day full of amazing moments. And before we get into everything, we will bring in some beautiful love energy with the singing bowl, as we love to do. And so, because definitely there's some energy going on today. Hey, everybody. So there's definitely a lot happening. Lately, this whole year, right? So we do have this this energy of huge self-reflection, right? And maybe we'll talk a little bit about it after we're done here. But a lot of planets in retrograde, which are having us look inside. So if you've been having weird dreams and energy all over the place, you're not alone. We're all here. Do everything we can to ground ourselves. We're going to do that with the singing bowl. Let that unconditional eternal love energy flow down into us and fill our minds and all our stories, our hearts and all our emotions, our energy and all our meridians and our auras and our chakras, all our energetic systems, into our physical bodies too, all of our joints and blood and tissues and organs and just our entire body flow out of us after filling us up to the world, and let it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. As I'm hitting this too, something that can help us immediately always raise our vibration is focusing on gratitude. Just one thing that I'm grateful for. That's how powerful the unconditional love energy, the gratitude, unconditional love, joy, laughter, peace. When we focus on that higher vibration, it's so powerful. It counteracts so much of lower vibration. It does not 1-to-1. It's like 1,000 to 1, 10,000 to 1, 1,000,000 to 1, depending on, like, unconditional love energy is the most powerful energy, right? So when we focus on that, it counteracts so much lower vibration in our own lives and also helps others too. So as I'm hitting the singing bowl, if we think of at least just one thing that we're grateful for, and just from our being, the depth of our soul, just real true gratitude for something that's in our life in the moment, then that raises our love vibration. It puts us in this beautiful magnetism of getting that energy from the upper realms, opening us up to hear messages from spirit, and it acts as a magnet to attract to us more of what we're grateful for too. So good. It's a win-win, right? All right. So we will do this to start. I'm going to take a big deep breath, come out of the future, come out of the past, come into the now, and then we will bring in the singing bowl. So big deep breath in. Hold for as long as you'd like. All right, let's begin. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. I just love that energy. All right, let's put her back on her little throne back here. All right. Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, a lot of energy. We got the Lion's Gate today, 8-8, the Lion's Gate. Alignment of energies, Sirius Starseed Collective, bringing us a lot of energy from the Sirius star that's aligned with the Leo sun, with Earth. So there's this beautiful opening of this gateway of a lot of energy. It's known for being very abundant, bringing abundance. So now's a great time for, especially with a full moon in Aquarius happening in what, let's see, it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, no, it's 10 here, I think. So about 4 or 5 hours from now. I think it's 12:55. Actually, it's 12:55 on the West Coast. So it would be 1:55, almost 2 a.m. Mountain Time, almost 4 a.m. on the West Coast, and then wherever you're out in the world. So we do have a lot of energies that are going on with the full moon, with the Lion's Gate, but also we have a wonderful Monday, the Mercury retrograde, it goes direct. So we start to have that opening up of communication again and some forward flow. But we do have a lot of planets in retrograde right now, which is what is bringing a lot of us to that inner focus and bringing up a lot of memories and a lot of emotions to be dealt with that have been sitting down there for a long time, ready to get pushed to make room for more higher vibration. So I love it. I feel like we are headed in a wonderful direction of growth and I don't know, transformation. That's a good word for it, I think. But I love it. So buckle up, buttercups. Anything you can do to ground yourself, as mentioned earlier, is important during this time. Like it was before, it really is now. All right. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome, welcome. We got a great group of people, my Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. Definitely two things we can use in this human lifetime. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome, welcome. How the whole process works is listed down in the description box of the video. Briefly, donations get first priority because that's how brudda-zen eats, and that's important for brudda-zen in the current state of our humanity. I still need to eat. So I do honor that donation, and I step out of the free readings and I dive deeper, meaning I pull more cards for those, and then I return back to and continue down. I'm on for 3 hours. Whatever I don't finish, I will always finish donations, but whatever free readings I don't get to, they just don't get gotten to during my Thursday, Friday, Saturday sessions. But on Sunday is different. Sunday morning, if you put your question there, I always make sure to come back on after the 3 hours. Whatever I don't finish, I go eat, I rest, I come back on and finish out all of the readings, including the free readings. So if you try to get a free reading and you don't get one, make sure to come back on Sundays. We'll make sure you get a message from Spirit. You can use, if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat down below in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, and Square. I don't have set dollar amounts currently, so whatever you're able to give from your heart. I know everyone's finances and cost of living and rates of exchange and all that stuff, is different for everyone. So whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. Blah, blah. I think that's everything. After I'm done, yeah, I say that and then I add more, right? Blah, blah, blah. After I'm done, well, actually, as I'm going through the readings, I do post timestamps and then I collect them. And after I'm done with the session, I always pin a comment with all the readings I completed with the timestamps. So if you go to the pinned comment, you find your name, click on it, takes you right to your reading. So no more searching like we did before. So that's pretty cool. All right. Tonight we are going to use the Circle of Life Tarot. I was really drawn to this for this weekend because of the Lion's Gate, because of course the Lion King, the Disney movie, the of course theme song or whatever song for that is the Circle of Life. So how fitting, right? After I grabbed it and I'm like, oh, this is the one I want to use, and I'm like, oh, I see why. It's funny, right? So we'll be using that, and if you make a donation, you also will get as your fortune cookie, you will get from the Herbal Astrology Oracle as well. So that's the stuff. That's how it's going to work. Yeah, I think we're ready to dive in. So hello, everybody. Good to see everyone. Here at the beginning of the weekend, right? Can you believe it? Can you believe it's August 8th? I feel like it was just January. So where we're at on donations, I'll give you guys a skinny so you can, whoops, I keep on hitting the wrong button. I'm learning to use a PC instead of a Mac again. It used to be okay because I would use a PC at work and a Mac at home, but I've been only using a Mac for five years. So I'm like, keep hitting the wrong buttons. Whoa! All right, so focus, brudda-zen. So we're going to start off with Yadi Cologne, and that's from the CashApp, and then Moonlight 5, and then Cat Lady of the Sea, and then the Gemini via the CashApp. And then Yadi, you made another donation. I didn't see another question yet. So we can either use the free one, the one that you put for a free reading, I can use it for that. Or if you have another question, make sure to pop that down and we will do that. And then we have Diana, 333 times 2. And we have Christina. Hello, hey, Christina. And then Culture Envy via the Venmo. So thank you for that. Yeah, I think that's everything I have over there. And then back to Christina. So that's where we're at for donations right now. So we will jump in. Let's grab the first timestamp here. So Yadi, we got 12:45 for you. All right, choosing the right one here. There we go. So Yadi, thank you for your donation via the CashApp. And your question's over here. So good evening to you. That's right. You're over on the other side of the planet, right? I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. I 7 interviews for the same job. Oh my Lord. I'm exhausted. I don't blame you. It's like tired of your own voice. I can imagine. So all interviews went well, and you want to know, will you land this job? All right, let's dive in here and let's find out. So let me know if you have another question too, while you have my attention here on the chat. Yeah, your energy's been on a roller coaster. Yeah, it's been crazy. I'm usually pretty steady these days in my old age, but this one has been crazy because like it was like a week ago. It was either last weekend or the weekend before. There was like a Thursday and Friday. I woke up so heavy, like the gravity felt heavy, and it just felt oppression, kind of this energy. I had to do like things to, like get things rolling and balance out my energy. And then the 2 days after that, I was very, I don't know, it was just very sad. It was almost like I wanted to cry. And then a couple of days after that, it balanced out. And then a couple of days after that, it felt like, but there's a lot of moon energy. There's a lot of planetary energies going on. But yeah, it felt like very, very extreme. And we're starting to feel the impacts of the lunar eclipses too. So buckle up, everybody. And just, it's like, it's all weather in the outside world. It's storming. There's a lot of emotional energy storming going on. So bubble up, right? Put our bubbles up. All right. So let's get into your question here, Yadi. But yeah, you're not alone, definitely, with all this. Let's see here. Will you get the job? All right. So that's easy breezy, short and easy. So I've got my little 3 of Swords shirt on, which is all about expectations. expectations equaling disappointment. And I have my shirts and stuff like this. You have a toddler too. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yeah. So I wear this as a reminder for me of being aware of what my mind is saying things should be, need to be, have to be, must be. You do. The reason I mention that is because you do have the Three of Swords on the bottom of the deck. I don't feel um, like this is the regular meaning, though. I feel like it's just be aware of the expectations, right? It's and it's always a great reminder. I mean, that's why I buy shirts with cats and all these different things to remind me of my cat mind, my little toddler. If I go into fight or flight mode, I do stupid stuff. I say things I wish I wouldn't say, and that's uncompassionate and unloving. That's what we all do when we go into fear, and it's our reminder just to be aware of what am I grateful for. Allows energy to come in a big way, right? When I focus in on what I fear and the expectations, then I focus on what's not happening. And this isn't like preparing you for, I don't feel like it's preparing you for like disappointment or anything. I just feel like there might be some negotiations that come up regarding the job, and it's important just to be focused on gratitude for what we have in our life, what we have had in our life, and that draws in things that match that instead of what we fear. We'll draw that in instead. Like if let's for an example, let's say I'm like, um, oh, watch me get the job, and they're not going to give me the money that I want. Well, guess what? They're not going to give me the money I want because I've asked for that to happen for me. But instead, if I'm so grateful that you're going to have the perfect salary for me that matches my needs and what I'm able to do in life, and then that brings in stuff that matches that instead. So just be aware of that. That's the underlying energy. You do have the Five of Cups, which is a transformation of energy from lower vibration to higher vibration. You have the Knight of, not the Knight of Cups, but the Page of Cups, which is about heightened emotion of happiness. I like this energy. And the Two of Swords. Yeah. The battle between the head and the heart that comes in here. So I do like this this energy here that's coming in because it's kind of reinforcing what I'm talking about here, because the Five of Cups is moving our emotional energy from lower to higher. The Two of Swords is the battle between the head and the heart, which is lower vibration, fear, expectations, and emotion of the higher vibration. So I like this. I mean, overall, the Page of Cups and the energy I was feeling is that, yeah, I feel like you are going to get an offer, and they're going to be, negotiate what they want to offer. Don't be afraid to ask for what you were wanting because of your experience. And after doing 7 interviews, you're like, I think I have a full-time job with you guys already. So just bring me on. It looks very good. I like the energy that the setup that they had here is about, be aware of your energy, because that's what's going to make the offer sweeter if you focus on gratitude for what you do have and have had versus, more of a challenging negotiation if you focus on your fears and need and want, because that's lack energy, right? But it feels very good. But I think that's pretty funny, Spirit saying, it sounds like you already have a full-time job with them after 7 interviews. But I'm bunch. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Whoa. Okay. No, I don't think we want any of those. Let's see here. All right, this is the one. And you've got the Blue Lotus Intuition. Beautiful card. Here's that. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to flip you off. The Ace of Cups. Like the Page of Cups, full and overflowing. So I like this energy. Let's see what this brings in here for you. It is ruled by the sun and the moon. And let's see, the guidance it brings, it says the blue lotus is a direct doorway, a mediator into the world of the gods. The perfected balance that it bestows us assists us in bridging and refining the divine connection between the heart and the brain. There's that battle between the heart and the brain. It's coming to this, allowing both your heart and your brain to have a seat at the table, right? Blue Lotus today is assisting you in widening the portals of your intuitive powers, granting you access to the realms of inner knowledge held within the great mystery. Remember, the lotus rises from the depth of muddy waters, untouched and impeccable, to blossom into majestic beauty. Don't allow the muddy waters of the blossoming process to suppress your intuition and belief in yourself. Trust the process and believe in the mystery. Listen deeply to the guardians of mystery as you unfold from darkness. I like that. That is going through the mud. It's like that's what you went through with all these interviews. You went through this mud and you've done this. And you do have, it's the number 5, and you had the 5 of Cups. So there is this energy of change. It's the, 5 is the number of change, right? So I like that for you. It seems like it is a good outcome here. Just be aware of how amazing of a interaction depends on your energy. But I do feel like minimum you get an offer, and then how much you get offered and all that is depending on your energy right now. So again, gratitude brings in more things to be grateful for. And I love that for you. All right. So if I'll be circling back around for your other question. So if you don't put another question down, then whatever you put for your free question, I'll do it for your other donation that you brought in or you sent. So that is what they have for this one. So thank you again for that donation. All right, and we'll move on here. So Moonlight, ooh, you got 2255. How perfect. You like those 5s in your name even. All right, so thank you so much for your donation. And let's see here. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me up here. And your question is below. Did you make the right decision today? Put in your foot down, and will it lead to something positive? All right, let's take a look here. Of course, from Spirit standpoint, there is no right or wrong. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So what I'll do here, I'll pull a few cards for putting your foot down. What kind of energy and outcome does that bring you? And then I have a few cards for what if you hadn't put your foot down, what kind of result that would be. And that will allow you to understand the energies, and it'll make you go like, all right, good to know, right? Because you can't put your foot up and you can't take your foot away now, right? All right, let's take a look here. With putting your foot down, what energy they want you to know here. Okay, I do want this one and this one here. And then if you hadn't put your foot down, what kind of energy would you be experiencing here? I don't want those. I do want this one and that one. All right, let's take a look here. Itch. My foot is itching. What does that mean? What itchy hand or palm is money, right? What does an itchy leg mean? All right, let's take a look here. So what is, based on current energies with putting your foot down, what kind of energies are you going to get? Well, yeah, figure that the 5 of Swords, of course, there is conflict whenever we put our foot down, and we know that from the beginning and the get-go, right? Yeah. And we know that. And that's what kept you from putting your foot down before in other situations, right? Is, I don't want a battle. I don't want confrontation. I don't want arguments. I don't want, repercussions or backlash from someone. But I love how where you're at in today is like, you know what? I am choosing for me. I like that. You have the Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, I like this. The blood, the sweat, the tears that brings the fruit later. It's like you're going to see the fruit of this. And that's a positive card, the Eight of Pentacles. It's a flowy card, but it is a transformational card, which I like, the caterpillar to the butterfly, in my mind with this card. And it's a good transformation. And putting in that blood, the sweat, the tears, learning to say no, learning to have boundaries makes our life so much easier later when we're learning to put down boundaries, which you've been doing for a little while. It gets easier and easier, don't it? In fact, sometimes we get used to saying, "This is my last word." No! I like it. And you have the Ace of Swords, too. Really clarity. And I like this. That's coming in here. Underlying energy. You do have the Five of Wands. So, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of fire from this. But I feel very like this pride, this because you don't need validation, but from your spiritual posse and all of them just cheering, going, we are proud of you for stepping into your strength, excuse me, stepping into your courage and doing these things. So I do like that. Hey, sorry, I wasn't reading down here. Yeah. Yeah, putting our foot down, standing up for ourselves. And we learn to do it. We, of course, in the beginning, we start off like that. No! But we learn to lighten up later because, it's almost like we do it out of fight or flight mode, and we do it with so much energy. Eventually, we do it in a more loving and compassionate way, and we're just like, I really don't want to do that. Is there any other options instead of, I'm not going to do that, So we learn and we lighten up and we change things, but we definitely go from the pendulum. As humans, we tend to overcorrect in the beginning, and then we come back to balance, which is where you're coming back to balance. So I feel it's very good. If you hadn't, dun, 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 what would have happened? Nine of Swords. Yeah, look at all these nightmares and insomnia. Fears. We do have let's see, this is the Queen of Wands. You would have to do it later anyway with this Queen of Wands. You wouldn't be able to stand it for longer, right? Yeah. So, there's this good energy here. And the King of Cups, there's a balance between head and heart that comes in here. So it's like if you didn't do it now, you would do it later. It would take more energy to balance things out. And it's like, I feel like you did it now. And like you're saying, it wasn't in fight or flight now. But if you had waited, it would be from a place of rawr instead of, less roar, I guess is how we can say it. The underlying energy under that too. Yeah, Five of Cups, sorrow, a lot of lower vibrational emotions. And the Four of Wands, there would be joy in the end after you, but this is about you would end up finding your people and your tribe eventually with this too. I feel like with you not putting up, like, I don't want to do this anymore, not putting up with things, that you will be losing people. And I wouldn't say it's losing, but people will be leaving out of your life, and you'll be giving them bus tickets out of your life. And that's because their energy doesn't match anymore. And that's okay. They'll be more comfortable being around people that match their energy as well as you will. And so it's all good. with that. So like I said, if you didn't do it now, you would do it later, just with more energy behind it, more frustration, lower vibrational energy coming through, where it would come out like when I hit that no button. No. Now it was a more cordial, maybe. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. You've got Kava community. Yeah. And here it is. Here's the butterfly too. I love it that you are, we've talked about this before, I'm sure, where when we're hanging around as a caterpillar with a lot of caterpillars, we all eat leaves and we all just walk on the forest floor and we all do the same stuff. We're all the same, right? We have all the same kind of energy. And then we get this urge to go into cocoon and transform, and then we're transforming. People are like, where'd you go? Why are you being different? What's happening? And then you become a butterfly, like this beautiful butterfly here. And you're like, ugh, leaves I just don't have a desire for those anymore. I want nectar. I want to go after blossoms. And look, I can fly. I can go like miles and miles. And I can't carry, caterpillars with me. They're too heavy. So I need to go find people that can keep up, people that can flutter at my level of energy, and people that can interact. And it's okay. You don't want to force them. You get in your damn cocoons and you transform. It's like, you will when you're ready, but it's not my job to try to make you become a butterfly. I'm going to go do butterfly things. And when I'm doing butterfly things, I will find my butterfly community. And I love that. With that 4 wands, we talked about finding your tribe, your people, and then you got the community card. I love it. I just love spirit. They just match things up so well. This is the energy of Pluto and the moon. We, of course, know you love the moon. So I like this. Kinship with tribe, community, friendship, finding your chosen family is the energy that comes in with this. Kava's energy moves through our nervous system like a butterfly, relaxing, widening, and assisting us in surrendering. Although you might be amid an important moment in your life, remember that you don't have to do it alone. When you widen your circles intentionally, you receive support from the universe. Excuse me. You receive support from the universe and others to join you on the path. To fully draw upon butterfly's medicine, it gently invites us to observe our position in the community in this moment. And are you a protector, creator, connector, or visionary? And how does that correlate this moment in your life alongside your personal evolution? Egg, caterpillar, cocoon, or butterfly? Oftentimes, finding your purpose within your community and the parallels with your inner journey can provide great relief and meaning. I love that. So, so perfect. Some people disappearing. Yeah. Yeah, you can't carry people around anymore. It's like, I'm a beautiful butterfly and I got to go. I'm going to go do butterfly things. So it does feel very supportive energy around this with all this. But I do feel like that's a great clarity that coming in, that it is about you moving towards your community instead. You're changing, the tribe that you're interacting with. So you can allow it to happen. You can allow people to fall away. And it's like, thank you for the times, the gratitude of what the things I loved about what I had with those people. It draws in people that match that energy as well. So I like that for you. Right. That's that for you, Moonlight. So thank you again for your donation. I feel like that was a good decision from my personal standpoint as brudda-zen. All right. So much love to you, my friend. Excuse me. All right, cat lady. of the sea. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom. All right. So thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. So you wanted to know here, is your relationship to Jordan coming to an end? All right. We'll see here. We'll check based on current energies. See if anything is changing in the winds. It's like they're showing me a sailboat on the sea. When the wind changes, sometimes our course changes, right? So let's take a look. So based on current energies, can you tell us about where we're headed with this relationship? All right, well, something's happening here. We got 1, 2, 3. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. So something is counting towards something. We'll see what it is. We do have the bottom of the deck. We do have the 6 of Cups. We'll come back to that energy because, of course, there's past life energy that comes in within that, but this does feel like there's child energy here too. What I'm cracking up about is that they were like, what they're bringing in is this is something about energy that returns from the past, and they made it really all about Star Wars. They were like, Return of the Jedi. This thing keeps returning. It's this pattern of something returning again and again from the past. So we'll see what this is about here, because that's interesting energy. We do have here, let's see, this is the Queen of Cups. This is trusting your intuition, but there's a great amount of emotion that's bubbling below the surface. And this makes sense. So this is bringing in the piece of the past life connections. You guys have had, if you believe in past life energies, this is confirmation that you've had many, many, many different lifetimes together as in different expressions of your soul. And so all that energy is below and connected in your subconscious too. And that's why there's such a strong draw between the two, and why you guys you keep Return of the Jedi. You guys keep coming back together in this lifetime because you keep coming back together in multiple lifetimes. And so there is a strong anchor, emotional anchor that's there, that's existed for a long time. And I feel like you've known that for a while, right? Where you definitely feel this comfortability, this familiarity, this like, it's not like if you're leaving, you're not leaving just one person, one character they're playing. You have all these connections, and it feels like this resistance, right? Because it goes so much deeper than just your relationship with this character named Jordan in this lifetime. That goes deep, doesn't it? Okay, let's see what these other two are. You do have here the Devil card and the 4 of Pentacles. Yeah, there is the energy here with the Devil card is the shaking and the rattling of long-held beliefs. And it feels here, and hopefully in these 3 cards that are coming, they're going to give us what we're looking for. Don't you love when they take you on the long scenic tour? You're like, I just need to know this. Like, but this is important for you to know, because part of your experience, why you guys wanted to be in a relationship in this lifetime, is to be mirrors for each other. The 4 of Pentacles is an energy about my self-worth and the instability I feel when I'm defining my worth by relationships with all sorts, lovers, friends, family, children, whatever. Situations like your jobs, your education, things like that, and things, your body, your bank account, and your possessions. It's like all those things are unstable because people change, people pass away, people walk away, situations never stay the same, things deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen, So all that instability of the outside world is a mirror for us, pointing us back to us. And so you both agreed to point each other back to yourselves in this lifetime. So this is an important piece of the journey, is the the leaving, the separation, because it's an important thing to experience to turn you inward and upward. Then when you're full of life, then we'll see what happens here. Maybe that's what they're going to tell us here, but this is that whole thing, is this is an important step. In fact, it's like this Four of Pentacles is interesting. Someone trying to bust down the door, someone trying to keep someone out, You're like, no, keep out the devil, right? Shut the door, keep out the devil. That's a song we used to sing in church way back in the day. But it is about releasing old mindsets that have taught us to define ourselves by that external world. It's a big piece of your journey with them here. All right, we do have the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords is facing our fears, facing our expectations, like that. The Devil card is all about questioning those thoughts. This is the nightmare, the insomnia. It's letting go of our expectations, all those small t truths rooted in fear. We do have the King of Wands, stepping back into your power. And let me see what this other one here is too. Yeah, and the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords is finding this stability. And all three of these cards together, it's like they're not, and I know we have to have a discussion with your spirit team, right? Because they're like, we're not focused on the outcome. They're focused on the process, because what's happening, they're kind of telling you why it's happening, so that you can understand it, so that you can know what you want to do with it. Because I feel like there's different roads ahead, and that I feel like this is a step in your life, but it doesn't mean that you can't come back around. But it has to be the separation. It has to be the movement, because with this Nine of Swords, all those are my expectations on what a relationship with Jordan, with who they're supposed to be in the relationship, how the relationship is supposed to progress, what it's supposed to bring to me, who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, blah, blah, blah. All these roles we've gotten all our lives, right? All that long list of should, supposed to be, need to be, must be. And when I look at all the places that I fell short in the relationship, where I was disappointed, or where I didn't feel was happening and should have been happening, those are my expectations, and those are not true. Those are opinions that were given to us growing up, right? Well, the Four of Swords and the King of Wands. King of Wands is almost like the Emperor, which is the number 4 in the major arcana, but it's realizing, wait a minute, this is my life. Everyone has their opinion, everyone has their rules, everyone has all of these things that we learn from family and church and schools and movies and books and friends and blah, blah, blah. We're inundated our entire life with opinion on how we're supposed to live. But when you realize this is this energy of this is my life, and the Creator doesn't judge, they have unconditional love for us, eternal unconditional love for us. And they don't have right or wrong, even though we're taught a lot differently in society and spirituality. A lot of organized religions talk about that, but that's not true. That's a human belief, but it's not true. It's not capital T truth, because they are perfection, and they wouldn't create something that's not perfection. And so they see us as a perfect mountain. They don't see as good or bad, just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. We're exploring to see who we are, and more about the contrasting between the unconditional love of the higher realms and the lower. And this is what this is showing us, is that you don't have to, this king goes, right, everybody, clear the throne room. I need to think about what I want. because I'm the king in kingdom. I rule my life. I am going to choose what I want and then put a plan and put my energy behind it. But because when we're living in the expectations on ourselves, by golly, we're going to make sure everyone else's expectations on them too, right? It's like if I'm under the law, then I'm going to make sure everyone else is under the law too. I'm going to become God's little sheriff, making sure. But when I set myself free and I set everyone else free, relationships with everyone become so much more amazing because I'm not focusing on what someone's not doing. So my energy isn't bringing in the loss, isn't bringing in the not happening. I begin to focus on gratitude for what is and who people are, and I celebrate them. And who doesn't want to be around that? But if I'm around people, which of course we all did growing up, and even, yeah, to be honest, into 20s, 30s, 40s, you got to guys do this. This is what you're supposed to do. Blah, 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 right? When you're nagging people about who they're not being, who wants to be around that? Nobody. We don't even want to be around that. But so this is the journey. And so I don't feel like there's like it's, I feel like there's a temporary end, and then there's the possibilities of the future. But all of this journey has to be gone through. And if we go through this, there's a world of possibilities where you guys could circle back around for Return of the Jedi, but you may not want to as well, because you might transform and get, with releasing these expectations and different things, you might be like, no, I'm good to move forward into something new. I'm okay, but for now, the journey is that internal journey. So I know it's a long, I told you they took on the scenic route, right? Let's see what they say here for your fortune cookie here too. All right, boom. What is this one? So you got two of them here. I feel like the first one is just a message of, because it says stillness. It's the skull cap, but I'm really being drawn to this one for your fortune cookie, which is mucuna. I'm probably mispronouncing that. It's some sort of herb, but it says journey and it's card 16. So let's see what comes in here with this. It is Mercury and Uranus energy, but it's about, it's a state of transition, leaving behind what is familiar, moving towards the unknown, connection to a higher mind, and trusting higher consciousness. Wow. So you may be in a state of transition. No shit, right? About to leave familiar territory and initiate a new journey. Something in your gut is telling you it's time for a shift, to enter a new physical space and or field of awareness. The powers of both Mercury and Uranus oftentimes appear as spontaneous opportunities out of the blue. This is the power of the higher mind, magnetizing opportunities that match your spirit's frequency. Don't resist the journey in the name of comfort. The overwhelming rush of emotions that rise before big opportunities is signaling opportunities for growth. While the waters might seem turbulent at times, the sea of opportunities ahead will be tranquil. How great for Cat Lady of the Sea. Let go of whatever is holding you back, be it from the past or present, and hold your gaze, Gaze, steadily into your future self. Wow. Perfect. That's definitely what we were talking about. So hopefully that helps a little bit there for you, Cat Lady. So thank you again for your donation. And, my apologies for them not giving you a yes or no answer. But they always give us what is best for us. I know. Trust me, I've been that way as well. All right. So many blessings, my dear. Hang in there. Right, the Gemini, you are up, and your fortune cookie here. Not fortune cookie. Your timestamp is 5011. And thank you for your donation via the CashApp. So you want to know here, will you make good tips at work on Sunday? All right, based on current energy, let's do a little check in here. Let me take a sip of water here. There we go. A little frog in the throat. All right, there we go. All clear. All right, the Gemini, let's take a look here. So based on your current energies, what does your tip situation look like on Sunday? And I feel like they just want to, this is more like advice for you too. All right, well, we like it. Six of Pentacles, but underlying energy is a great energy. It is very much abundance where you have enough to help other people too. So it is a sign of nice abundant there. Let's see what else that we have here. You do have the King of Cups, balance between the head and heart. We like that. And the Four of Swords. Peace of mind energy with this one here. Very balanced energy. There's always this great reminder for us that if I focus on, because the Four of Swords is about letting go of expectations, letting go of these three swords, which is, focusing on what I think it should be, and that I need this and I want this, lack energy, and it starts to have us focus on what's not happening, which then begets more not happening and not happening and not happening. If I focus on gratitude for what I do have and what I have had, and as I get tips, just gratitude for it, knowing that everyone is in an energy of especially if your energy is in an energy of gratitude, then that makes the people kind of feel your energy of gratitude, and it can ignite gratitude within them too, which is an interesting energy too. So I like that. Let's see what other advice they have here for you. We do have the Judgment card. We like that. It is about your higher self, having you see things from a higher perspective. Yeah, here's the Three of Swords I talked about here. And yeah, the Three of Swords and the Nine of Swords. Expectations. So they are just kind of reiterating this. I was channeling it before I turned the cards over because it is those Three of Swords, literally. But, and so that is what they're having you focus on, is just realize that I feel like you're going to get good tips regardless of what you do. But if you want great tips, then the more gratitude you have for the tips that you have had and that you do have as they're happening, that just magnifies and multiplies it. The Lion's Gate today, 8-8, this energy that we're going to be feeling over the next few days is a good energy of abundance. So the more we focus on gratitude, the more it brings in for us too. So I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. You've got the Mugwort, psychic healing. Beautiful energy there. Let's see what this is about here. I almost feel, not almost feel, I don't know why I say that. But what I feel is with this 10, I feel this endings and beginnings energy. And with that Judgment card that has two X's on it, which card 20, but it's double endings, double beginnings. It's also a card of a calling. I almost feel like, wink, wink, that spirit is your spiritual posse, your soul is pulling you away to go somewhere new, somewhere different, something more in alignment with who you are. So just something to keep in mind there. This energy that comes in here is the Moon and Neptune, ruled by both of those. It is about dream work in transition, and foresight. So Artemis, the moon goddess, and her wise white owl meet you as you enter the liminal space between one life phase and the next. Your channel is wide open. She is instructing you on how to draw upon your psychic powers to pass through this test within the realm of shadow. You are not lost. Oftentimes, the greatest clarity dawns after the darkest hours. Owl medicine asks you to use the powers of keen psychic sight to observe and intuit aspects of your life that may still lay in darkness. Confront that which is unworthy of your devotion. Eradicate destructive forces. Pay attention to the signs and the omens that appear as you navigate the labyrinth of the subterranean forest. Wow, I love that for you. And now I understand why I kept on saying, I almost think it's because there's like, it's a doubt energy of like not living our dream. Like, well, I almost want to go do this, but not quite, because I'm not ready to take a leap and, a leap of faith and go into it, right? So I feel like that's why they kept on bringing it up, because it's like, yeah, it's about becoming confident in what I really want and then making a plan and going after it too. But that's just an extra added on. They're like, yeah, here's your tips and stuff, but there's like opportunities for you to be somewhere more in alignment with who you are. And I like that for you. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. All right. And Yadi, thank you so much for replying to me there. I see you said use your free question for the second one. So let's put this down here. Here's your timestamps. Let's go up here. Let me remove you from down here. All right. So, so if your first reading was a yes, will you thrive in your new position? All right, let's take a look here. Right, they want that one right off the bat. Didn't even want me to shuffle that one. All right, let's take a look here. Okay, this one. Whoa. This one and this one. All of that. Nope, nope, nope. Just make sure I'm up here. There we go. So let's take a look here. What do we have happening here? So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Cups coming in here. And this Knight of Cups is a movement and a quest for following your heart. And so there's this underlying energy here of, I feel like instead of it going the route of like, well, you're following your mind and going in this job right now, but there's something more you want to do with your heart. I do feel here like they're saying you are following your heart, you're following your joy, and this is something that you really be excited about. This is what I'm kind of picking up with this, which I normally get the other, which is, we're following our mind, we're doing what our brain thinks we're supposed to, but this is about following your dream. This feels like you're following your joy, and you're not doing it out of fear, not out of a supposed to, not out of expectation. So I like this for you. Will you be abundant? Will you be successful in this? It's up to you. You have the 7, the Chariot card, which is a victory and a movement card. So there is victory in it anyway, especially when you're following your heart. It just, when we follow it and we're putting our life into something, it shows, and it is reflected on that, right? And it's kind of like when you're following your heart and living your dream, every moment you are successful because you're living your dream. It's not about an outcome. It's about your experience, what you're choosing with the Chariot card, your power of choice, what I'm choosing in the moment. Because every moment, the Chariot tells us, right, is a choice between higher vibration and lower vibration, the two horses, right? And it's a I get to choose the story I'm applying to what is happening, higher or lower. The emotion I want to feel, higher or lower. The energy I'm putting forward, higher or lower. And my physical actions are going to be an energy of higher or lower vibration. Whatever I'm focusing on the most and in acting in my life is what I draw in. If I'm focusing on a lower vibration, fear and want and need and blah, 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 I'm going to get stuff that matches that, right? But if I'm focusing on the other, then I get that. But so I feel like it's going to be successful, kind of like we were talking, I was talking about a little bit ago. Oh, just with the one right before this. I tell you, time, what's time? But this is, you're going to have success one or another, but the amount and the expansiveness of it comes from your power of your choosing. So we like that. You have the Four of Pentacles. So there's a solid foundation that comes in there. There's something to do with home here too. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to work from home. They might even offer you to be able to, work a day a week at home, or maybe just all there. But there's this home energy, feeling at home, feeling secure, solid foundation with the Four of Pentacles in the outside world too. You got the Six of Swords. Yeah, I feel like you learn a lot through here. Six of Swords is about leaving behind some old ways of thinking, and seeing things from a different perspective allows you to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. And as your mindsets change, there's also movement that happens in a positive way too. All very good, flowy, successful cards here. And then you end up with the Queen of Pentacles, which is one of the harvest, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, birthing, very successful energy. So I do feel like this is yes, 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 yes. But to the extent of it is about taking over my power of choice, is what determines what, I guess this is your card, what, how big and how extreme it is. That's the word I was trying to find there. It's funny, I took the book from the little card deck, and this card just slid right out of the deck onto the top of the book, and I'm like, oh, okay, this must be it. Let's see what it is here. Oh yeah, look at it. Joy, following your joy. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Hibiscus, card number 14. Let's see what we got here. This is Venus and Pluto energy. And it says, like hibiscus, you emanate the essence of Venusian grace. You hold and cradle life. You are the nurturer. Your presence brings renewal and joy to others. Express your creativity to keep attracting this colorful energy back to you. Like the hummingbird, you are a creature of nectar, a conduit of divine love and joy. Reverse, the hummingbird may represent the inability to see the many blessings you've been given. Don't shy away from your power. You are worthy of it all. Follow the dance of the hummingbird. Journey into your sadness and know that this pain is just a thread within the fabric of joy. Wow, I love that for you, focusing on joy and celebration. And I didn't even see that hummingbird. Beautiful blue hummingbird up there. But it is this, there's two of them. There's even one by her ear over here too. But I like this, this energy, because again, it's all about focusing on the joy, focusing on what you're grateful for. And this is where your joy is leading you. Let that joy expand. Just brings in more things to be joyful about. So it feels very good though. So hopefully that resonates. That's what they have for you, Yadi. Thank you again for your dual donations. I greatly appreciate those. So many blessings to you. All right. So we'll continue on the list here. Diana, you are up. Look exactly at 105. Boom, boom. All right. Here we are. So for your first one here, let's give that a love and a like. You said, wow, wow, wow. You were spot on the last read. Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So FSNCP did share words about MD's family this week. Ooh, dun, dun, dun. Sipping some tea. So a read on CP and FS now, this weekend and next week. All right. Yeah, let's get some tea in here. All right. Let's see what we got going on here, Diana. Nice to see you too. Dun, dun, dun. Wow. Let's just shuffle these up here. Okay. I think we said tonight. Yeah, now. So today, now, this weekend, and next week. Okay, got it. All right, let's step into their energy. The NRT. Okay. I do want that one. Okay. All of these too. All right. Something's going on today. We'll see what that is. And then the weekend. Okay, because the T spills over into the weekend. So this is today, and then all of this is the underlying energy that splits out into the two. I get you. Thank you. And then next week. What we got going on next week here? So we got those. We want these two. All right. What do we have happening here? Some interesting energies. We do have the Two of Wands underneath the bottom of the deck, which is the overall energy of the entire reading, which it makes sense, right? Because in fact, just pictorially, there's two people with their backs, one person with their back completely to the other. One person is looking, let's see if you can see it. One person is looking over their shoulder to the other. They both have flames in their hands. It's an interesting picture. Okay, so let us find out here what's going on. So the energy specifically for today, do you have the King of Pentacles coming in here? So today feels like a focus on the material world. Of course, now I'm hearing Madonna's Material World song that they're playing as a soundtrack, living in a material world. And that's the focus is on materials today. It's all about what we have, what I want, enjoying what I do have. So it feels like this kind of, it feels very shallow energy though. Like, in Madonna's video, right? Where she's just covered in furs and everything else. And it's all about a material world. And it's not about an inner world. This is all about a focus on the outer world today. And it's odd that in this moment, it feels like they're both on that same page. So it's like they're enjoying something that they worked hard to have, whether it would be like if I was able to buy a boat or a yacht and be able to go on a yacht, or I'm going to this dinner party at the club because we were able to get into this club. And so it's like it's a celebration in a way, but not right. Dun dun dun. I just saw that. It just doesn't feel like it's a celebration of each other or together. It's an individual celebration. We just happen to be going there together, kind of energy. But it feels very external focused. We'll see what the underlying energy here in a second. For tomorrow, yeah, we got the Hanged Man energy here. Here it is. Circular cards. Have to remember how to do it here, which is seeing things from a different perspective, cocooning, transformation, a lot of clarity that comes in. but it feels very much like alone time. They're both off doing their own things. So it's like tonight they're doing something together, but not together, just physically in the same room. Tomorrow feels like cocooning, like away from each other, doing their own things. A day of doing things, doing their own things. So it does feel like there's this kind of energy here. Let's see what the underlying energy for both today and to tomorrow is. And got the Wheel of Fortune, got the energy of the tune of for us, but it's also an endings energy. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, yeah. Whoops, sorry. 10 of Pentacles, which is like the Wheel of Fortune in a way, because that's all about the physical world and the fortunateness of it, and abundance and gratitude for what someone does have. We've also got this is the not Knight, Page of Swords. Here's this clarity here about seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective. I just feel like something has happened here this week that kind of has been like a cold bucket or a slap, something not to each other, but in mentally of it's like almost a focus on gratitude of what we have, because I feel like maybe there's some fears and some loss of income and different things that they're just like, oh gosh, here I'm wanting this different life, but I'm not even grateful for what I do have. So there's like this changing of this, but it's independent and it's definitely not shared between each other. But they're just like, really, it's this kind of just knocked them both into a wake up call in a way. Well, we'll see what else is here. Yeah, and we've got the Page of Wands here too, which is new energy. Both of these are about heightened energies, but it feels like there's just this with all of these four cards together, that this week, especially today into tomorrow, that they're really focused on what I do have in my life instead of what I don't have. And I don't feel like they're looking at each other going, oh, I don't realize how grateful I could have to have this person in my life. It's not, I don't feel like it's this, I just feel like there's this, I don't know. It just feels like there's, I don't think I can say it any other way to make it any clearer. I'm focusing on what I do have in my life because of a threat of losing things out of my life that are important to me. And it's not each other in this case. That is what I'm sensing here, but it's like my things and what I have, and what if I don't have any of this? Wow, it's kind of just feels like a wake up call that they had this week, and that goes into the weekend too. Like I said, but it feels here very much a pocketed away energy through Saturday and Sunday. Let's see what happens here into next week, though. We have the Five of Pentacles. Yeah, this fear of lack. There must be something going on with their finances, and I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the United States about all the stuff that's going on, fear of 401ks in the stock market and this and that and da 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 da. And I kind of feel like it kind of feels like that kind of energy that's here, this fear of not having enough. I feel like it's just kind of continues here into the next week too. Yeah, we do have the Nine of Cups. It's an interesting energy because that's like, what is my emotional dream come true? But this energy of the hangman over this weekend feels very hermity, and this feels like it goes into next week too here, because the nine, it's like I'm emotionally pulled in and focusing on my self-love, my is what I hear. It's about me, and what do I want in life? What's important to me in life? Because I'm going to have to make some decisions. It feels like here with this thing here, this fear or this change of financial situation. We got the magician card coming in here, which is again knowing that I have whatever I need inside of me, and the two of wands too is whatever I'm choosing is what I'm drawing in, and I definitely feel like there's this action energy, this motion energy. There's a great spark to act. We've got to act quick. So whatever this thing is that they're dealing with, I feel like it has to have an urgent resolution next week. Yeah, and that's what all they want to say. I'm like, and they're like, no, that's it. Two of Cups can be relationships and things like that, but with the Two of Wands on the bottom of the deck and the Two of Cups, this is all about emotional choices, energetic choices about what and planning. The Two of Wands is very much a planning energy too, so there is quite a bit there of planning. And I don't know, it's like if you feel like the boat that you're on with someone's going to hit an iceberg, we're both going to go down into the water. So it's almost like whatever this threat to their livelihood that they're both feeling, it's like they have a common enemy, and it's like the enemy. Wait. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And not that they're friend, they're not like gonna suddenly turn this inward friendliness, but I do feel like whenever there's a disaster, like in 9/11, you realize there was no political parties, there were no races, there were no everyone joined together in that kind of stuff, right? Okay, yeah. So I do feel like there's this um kind of at least become allies and not enemies right now. It feels financial, like we need to, I feel like it feels very investment money focused. Like we need to do some things to protect our income. We need to move things from this to this, our investments from this to this. So it has to be kind of a joint thing. But I feel it's like to protect their future independently, but because there's joint stuff together, they're needing to make those decisions to protect themselves from what could happen with, changes and stuff that are all going on in the world, right? Interesting, right? Let's see what else we have here. We got retreat. We got reishi, the mushroom. Card 27. Let's see what else other energy going on with them right now. That's funny with the retreat, right? It is Jupiter and the sun. Retreat, recovery, hibernation. Shut up. um, it says, and this is interesting because, so we're going to read this as if it's to them, right? It says, pause. It's time for renewal. If you feel overwhelmed or mentally overloaded, it's time to retreat. Take the time to recuperate and recharge, and personal growth will follow. Isn't that crazy how that's what this weekend is all about, was retreating, right? Overstimulation and indecision lead to a sense of weakness, imprisonment, and a feeling that you are evading death. Like bear, hibernate or rest before you take on the next project or challenge. Many Native American tribes have called this space of inner contemplation the Dream Lodge, a place to witness death and see beyond the confines of physical reality by visiting the dream time. Create the space to be in silence and calm the internet chatter. Reflection is key to the path of self-mastery. But it definitely feels like that energy of, of them kind of being public tonight, celebrating something, or not celebrating, but just, what we talked about. And then the weekend feels like kind of inner contemplation stuff. And then next week feels like more of the, this stress to make a decision financially. We can look at that as an additional question. That's kind of outside of where we were going with the original question. So we can circle back around. That can be your free reading if you'd like, for that one. But now we're going beyond the original reading that I pulled there. So I'd have to pull new cards for that because that wasn't what I was focused on. So that'll be a separate reading. Yeah, absolutely. But let's jump into your second one here. And if that's included in that, we can do that too. So thank you for the microphone. I like that. So sipping on, even a bigger cup of tea now. Uh-oh. What's the real reason CP is not going out of town this weekend with FS's family? CP told us their reason. However, you're like, there's more tea here than what you're pouring. A ruse. So let's take a look. I like that's funny. Here, I could just see like a face. Sure, okay. We'll find out the real reason. All right, let's take a look here. So what is the reason they're not going out of town? I mean that they're not. Oh, well, that makes sense here. So they're going to be in separate places this weekend. That makes sense with the isolation, being separate from each other, doing their own thing. Is that this weekend? Yeah, it's this weekend, right? Shut up. Wow. I love that. All right, let's see. So what's the reason why? Let's see. Got this. I do want this one too. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, interesting. The bottom of the deck here, we've got the Six of Cups energy, which is, I'm getting child energy. Oh, that's funny. I can just feel it. Uh-huh. Okay. That's funny. So something to do with, I don't feel like it's like they hate children. I don't want to be around those damn kids. It doesn't feel like that. But it feels like, I don't know. There's this energy of whenever, so this is like what I would be saying to the other person, right? I don't want to go because whenever you're around your family, it's like you regress into being a child again. And I don't have the energy for that right now. I'll stay here and I'm going to work on all this other stuff. That's the reason why I feel like if they were to say it, that's what they would say. But I don't feel like they would say that. But if I was going to say that, this is, you know, this is truly what I just don't want to be around all that. You regress into being a child, you know. So if that makes sense. Let's see what else we have here. That's just the bottom of the deck. Let's see here. Yep, the Empress, mother energy. Yep, I don't feel like they get along with mom too well. Mom's very protective of child, right? What else do we have here? Oh, and King of Pentacles. Wow, mother and father. Very much matriarchal and patriarchal, controlling. Not well. Okay, let's see what this other one is. Yeah, the Emperor. I thought we were going to have. So we got the Empress and the Emperor. So mom and dad, mommy and daddy. I wonder if she calls, if they call them that, hey mom, mommy, daddy, whatever. It's almost like their nicknames for each other drive them crazy too. But it's interesting. This King of Pentacles, because we've got the Emperor and the Empress. I feel like there's even another male of the family that's also overbearing. But I just feel like there's three people, like the three that are very much like, king and queen and prince. And then it's like, really? This isn't Disneyland or Disney World, right? Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, Queen of Cups. They're very empathic as well. Yeah, and there's the Five of Swords. There's a lot of conflict, of course, that's there. Arguments, conflict, blah, blah, blah. What's underneath that here? And we've got the Justice. This need for balance is the underlying energy. They're just like, I just can't. I just can't. Not now. It's like there's because they have such a huge heart and they do feel and sense other people's energies, that they're like, I have to be so prepared to hang around their family that I feel like and I'm sorry, I'm sitting here looking at this Five of Swords in my head going, is this conflict between me and them? Yeah, it is. I do get in conflict with them. They always think they're right. And of course, I know I'm right. So we end up arguing who is more right. But then there's also a lot of bickering and battling that goes on between the family. So there's all this energy, this emotional energy that they are just, right now I need balance and I can't do that. I can't. And so that's why they're just like, I'm just going to sit this one out. So I think that's okay. Let's see what these last two cards are here. Yeah. Freedom. We got the full card. They're like, a world of no expectations and possibilities. You mean I get to have the house to myself? No way. I can be what I want and do what I want and not worry. I don't have to have my filters and my walls up. I just feel like taking a big deep breath of relief. And the Nine of Cups, yeah. So here's the this energy of dream come true, right? The emotional fulfillment energy that comes in here. But I like that, this joy of being alone. The Nine is the Hermit's energy. So they're just really looking forward to alone time here. Interesting. So I feel like that's the tea. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just put these back in here. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look here. Revival. Yes, right. Uh, Fly free. Yeah, and it's funny the eagle is a sign of uh represents freedom, right? Cordyceps is the herb. Let's see what that brings in here. That's funny. Freedom. That's why I'm not going. It's funny. They got retreat um on the first reading, and the one right before that's the card right before it is Cordyceps, which is revival. And it is ruled by Jupiter, Pluto, and Mars. Energy, renewal, soaring to new heights. I like that. Resurrection. I'm rising from the dead. Says it's time to soar to new heights. Energy is available to manifest your greatest dreams. That's so crazy. The full card is about new beginnings, new journeys, new adventures, and the Nine of Cups is about a wish come true as well. So that's interesting. Passion is in alignment with knowledge. Energy is in alignment with matter. Like the great eagle, they are blessed with the connection to the divine. They have an innate ability to live in the realm of spirit, yet remain connected and balanced with the realms of earth. From the height of the clouds where the Great Spirit dwells, the great eagle mirrors their ability to observe with expansive awareness and achieve great sight beyond the mundane. Eagle and cordyceps represent the courage to channel the higher mind, ether, the realm of illumination, and higher consciousness. If they've been walking in the shadows, they're being asked to reconnect with the element of ether, the divine, and their higher mind. Heal their broken wings with love and seek a higher ground to observe the greatness of what they're made of. Wow. So that's kind of the energy we're talking about too in the first reading, recognizing what they do have and recognizing, but this is going beyond that, recognizing who they are. But revival is recharging. Also, they're like, I need to recharge. So that makes sense with that too. So that's what they have for you, my dear, for that one. So many blessings for you. And then I will put you down. Let me put your name down here in the free readings. If I get to free readings tonight, we can circle back around if I get that far down the list for your other question about changes coming to CP's business. We can do that. Or if you want to make another donation, we can dive into that too. I'm not going to say you can't make any more, but if you want to use the free reading, we'll pull 2 cards for that if I get there far. All right. So blah, blah, blah. Let us continue on. Thank you again for your dual donations and for the tea. You are very welcome. All right. So Christina Lowe. Well, you were 2 seconds away from 133.33. You were at 133.35. So this is for your first one, and then we'll circle back around for your second one here as well. So Christina, let's take a look here. There we are. So thank you for your upside down emoji. So you've been in hermit mode. I hear you. That such is my life. All is well. Oh, good to hear. And today you are restless. You honestly felt it was the full moon tonight, not tomorrow, because of how you were feeling everything. You've never been influenced by the Lionsgate portal before? ? Spiraling. Yeah. I do like that. It's not that I like it. I like your awareness of it, but it definitely feels different. There's a lot of energy swirling around. We also have eclipse season. We're starting to feel that. And does it involve Sagittarius too? Maybe. Could be wrong. I feel like one of the eclipses we start into Sagittarius, but yeah, there's so much energy going on every day. I stopped trying to figure it out, going, there's just so much going on. It's like it could be any of it all. And I'm just going to focus in on grounding myself. It's like, is it that storm, that lightning storm, that hailstorm, this bright heat of the sun, or this weather? Which weather is impacting me? You know what? It doesn't matter. I'm just going inside. That's the hermiting, right? All right. So let's take a look here. You said you've debated the reading you want or should have already had, and you're down to pondering curiosities. Oh, yeah, for your free reading, right? Yep, no problem. and you can do too. I mean, you have at least a half hour reading, so you can ask both. You don't have to choose. But for today, you'd like a general reading on whatever speaks, whatever they want you to know. Okay, I get it. Yeah, balance and growth surrounding us for sure. All right. And then I see your second. So that other is for your second one, right? Yeah, okay. So we'll Paul's higher self will be your second reading, is the way I'm reading that, right? Okay, we are ready. So let's see, what does Spirit want you to know right now, today, in this moment? Okay, got these, and you've got this. Okay. Yeah, I can see here if things feel out of order. You got 2 cards and then 3 cards and then 1 cards. It's usually 1, 2, or 3, or 3, 2, 1. But 2, 3, 1, seems to be like, oh, okay. It's like we don't start at the beginning. We start in the middle. We reach the end, and then we start at the beginning. Then we end up at the beginning. Such you energy, right? You're like, yeah, I can resonate with that. Well, the bottom of the deck too, you've got the Queen of Wands, which is, of course, here's Sagittarius energy, literally a mentor, which is the Taurus energy. So here you are. I mean, Sagittarius energy, not Taurus. So I like that. The Archer, is normally what that is. So being aware of where you're focusing your energy is, very important, knowing that whatever you're focusing on each moment is what you're drawing to you. But there's something that's Spirit brought up. It was either yesterday's readings or last weekend about higher vibration versus lower vibration. Of course, higher vibration is more powerful. And let's say I have a week of I'm feeling poopy and I'm focusing on lower vibration, because there's no right or wrong. There's just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. There's not a better or worse choice. There's just different choices. And if we have a lower vibration, a week of energy where I'm just focusing on that, I don't have to have a week of focusing on all higher vibration to counteract that, because higher vibration is so much more powerful than lower vibration, that one moment of gratitude counteracts like a couple days of lower vibrational energy, right? I mean, that's what it takes. It's a very powerful energy. So I feel like they want you to know that just starting off. And then you've got the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, here's your Hermit energy. And the King of Pentacles. I feel like they're saying here this hermity energy has been beneficial for you. It has brought you awareness, a feeling of gratitude in a way. I feel like when you've pulled away from things and kind of just been reflecting a lot, that you really are realizing a lot of what you are blessed to have in your life. That's not all you've done during that, but I feel like they're saying this is a big piece of what you've taken away from that. And that is an amazing thing, because when we focus on gratitude, we start drawing in more things that match that. And I feel like this is the energy you're moving into. You are moving into a very powerful season of quick manifestation. Whatever you're focusing your energy on comes in quick and fast. So lower vibration stuff comes in, higher vibration stuff comes in. Lower vibration stuff usually runs slow and it comes in slowly, but it's going to come in faster. So they're kind of giving you a heads up on that. But higher vibration stuff that usually comes in fast anyway, it's going to come in even faster. So it just feels like manifestation energy is expanding for you. So be aware of where you're focusing energy. It's like almost like a laboratory. A lot of what you're learning about focus of energy, now you're going to be able to put it into practice, and you're going to see fast results so that you could, oh yeah, okay, that's why this came forward, because I was focusing on that. Now I'm going to focus on this instead, and this will drift away. So interesting. So that's the first two. Let's see what these three are here. You have the King of Swords. So you also, during this hermiting, were able to really glean some wisdom, see things from a higher perspective, a lot of mental growth energy with this. Let's see what this is about here. Yeah, the Seven of Wands, being true to your authentic self, releasing this need to defend yourself, not asking permission to shine, not dimming your light, but just being yourself and standing that. And this has been part of this awareness of letting go of some expectations that you had on yourself, that you were like, oh, I didn't think I had those anymore. But some of them, I feel like, rose up and before, but also reflecting upon those during this period has allowed you to release yourself from a lot of those, to be more, even more true to who you are. And the Seven of Pentacles, yeah, all these two sevens, 7-7, which, you know, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. But also what you've learned here through all this is the fruit that you had in some things isn't the fruit you want. And you were thought, oh, this is what I'm supposed to want. But you realize, I don't want that. And I feel like that's part of what you've been releasing here, and that it's okay to release some things and to face that stuff. Like, but this is what, you know, a mother is supposed to do. This is what a grandmother is supposed to do. This is what an awesome person like I'm supposed to do. And it's like, well, you know, I'm not sure that it's, you know, being that for you, you know, with all that. Let me see. As I wasn't paying attention. Hello. Energy in motion stays in motion. You do not suck. Well, not as a person. You can feel, yeah, totally sound like, oh, okay, very good. Well, growing pains, I feel like when you say it's going to be, you feel like it's going to be fast and scary and almost painful, but not like in a bad way. Whoa, TMI, but I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, that's what this whole year is really about. It is this energy of transformation and growing pains. Growing pains, and but it's growth. You know, we grow through suffering and pain, but the pain is fear, and because the painful is at its root is that feeling in our heart going into fight or flight mode. It's like when we get startled, it's that feeling in our heart, but it loops. That's why it feels painful, because it keeps looping it. It's fear, 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 fear. So, you know, and that's part of this energy. If we go about it as this is happening for me, and that it doesn't need to be painful, it can just be informative. It can be uncomfortable, but it doesn't have to be painful. It doesn't have to be scary. But if it is, it is. There's no judgment, you know, from spirit. They're like, if that's the journey and the adventure you want in the moment, you can. But you always have that other choice of not choosing that too, right? Yeah. And that is true. It's something that we're all working on, right? You've been standing ground with your grandmother. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very good. Yeah, not 3 sevens. Well, we have one more card left. Maybe that'll be a 7 for analogy. Okay, very good. Let's see what it is. It is a, no, it isn't. It is the king. You got all these kings, king, 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 king of cups. So there is this energy of stepping into your divine masculine energy. This is the balance between head and heart. So you do end up with a balanced energy. So it's worth the adventure. It's worth the difference. It's like when we go through something and we get the fruit of it, and then we're like, I put in a lot of energy and it felt uncomfortable, but I'm glad I did, and now I'm understanding myself more. But this is really about having the strength to stand up with this divine masculine energy, which we have both in us. But this is about that inner strength. Every step you had the King of Pentacles, and then you had the King of Swords, and then the King of Cups. So you've got all this energy here, and you started off with the Queen of Wands, which is pretty feisty anyway, pretty strong anyway. But it's like your physical world, your mental world, your emotional world. You're getting this divine masculine energy stepping in, but I feel like it's within you. It's not, a particular spirit coming. This is your energy that you're connecting with, this inner new courage. Yeah. See what your fortune cookie says for this one. You've got transfiguration. Jurgen Sasha, look at the tower. You did start your HRT, and part of it is testosterone. Yeah. My host also started on some of that for many reasons, but one of them is the menopausal. It helps with all of that. And she's been a little aggressive. She's like, I don't know why I'm so angry. I'm like, welcome to the male testosterone world. Yeah, menopause. Menopause. This is master number 22. Transfiguration. I love it. Mars and Pluto energy. And I like this. Let's see. So watch your back. Jurgon Sasha represents radical change and breakdown. This card can mean that someone or something is harming your energy. So something, maybe it's no one can harm us, but our thoughts and beliefs and our energy towards someone can harm us, right? So if this applies to you, remember that the darkest of energies that bring crisis or unforeseen changes can be transmuted into benevolence. Even the strongest of poisons can be medicine. Holy cow, this is what we're talking about. The first step in neutralizing is recognition. The second step is removing fear and insecurity. And the third step is reconstruction of the self. Wow. Examine your life from a third-person perspective. Draw upon universal forces to transmute the environment, people, or situations that are depleting your life force. Wow. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. So I love that energy for you. I know, right? Boom. I love it. All right. So that's what they have for your first one, my dear. So thank you for that. We'll circle back around for number 2 here in a momentito. And we will dive into that. Love you too. All right. Let me get over here. All right. So Culture Envy, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. And then that's over here via the Venmo. Thank you so much. All right. So let's see, what time was that? Let's go up to where you were at here. Well, it's not too far. It should be right here. So your question is, what do you need to hear about career right now? All right. Let's take a look here. What do you need to know or hear about career? Hear about career. All right. Well, I do want that one. Take a quick sip here. All right. It's like there's a pause. Pause and take a drink. It feels like it's part of your reading here. I do want that one. I do want that one. I do want that one. Okay. Oh, how funny. So we just had kind of a towery card for the fortune cookie, and then you have the towery card down here underneath. And this makes sense here. The tower card is an energy of, for us, that things, things, situations, jobs, people get moved out of our life. The lightning bolt comes and takes something out to make space for something that's more in alignment for who we are and to clear our path to go forward. And I do feel like there's clutter. I do feel like and it feels like mental clutter standing in between here. And this is what they have going on here is I just see this clearing away of, well, it's like you're hitting construction. And if you take this exit, it will take you on this master super freeway to go in this direction that you're going to really enjoy. So I do feel like there is a change of course coming in. We'll see what these other cards bring in. But you have one card and then three cards and then three cards. This is the underlying energy about something being moved out of your life to make space for something new. So it's either a career change or if you feel like your career is, no, this is my joy, my dream come true, then it's a change of location or where you are gifting that career, changing companies, that kind of thing. Let's see what we have here, more so here. Yeah, you have the Nine of Wands. So does feel like there's been this blockade in your career, this energetic block. This is the number one card by itself. That feels like you've been trying to get through this door. Usually they'll have like 9 wands and there's someone standing there with a bandage on their head because they've been trying to hit their head up against this wall over and over and over and over again. And it just won't, I just can't get through it. I can't get to it. And so this does feel like an energy of it's been a block for a reason because this is that construction that they showed me in that, in my mind. And if you go this way, it's like if that door doesn't open, there could be a big lion, a hungry lion behind it that's going to eat you, and you're being kept from going somewhere because there's something more beneficial for you somewhere else. It is for you that this has been holding you back. Let's see what you have 3 and 3. Let's see what the first threes are here. You have the Devil card, Capricorn energy that rules over the house in the birth charts of work. See what else we have here. Yep. 9 of Swords, which is the suit of the thoughts and beliefs and nightmares, insomnia, but it's our fear energy. And that Capricorn with this, let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, the 8 of Pentacles. So the energy that I'm picking up here, Capricorn energy, the Devil card, and Saturn, all that energy is within the Devil card energy, is about questioning long-held beliefs, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, about what you should do for work, supposed to do for work. And there's these fears with this. The 9 of Swords is all the expectations so really the Devil card and that are all about your almost to the point of exhaustion of trying to please everyone else, doing whatever the supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, and your brain is telling you to do. But that's and hitting this barrier over and over again. It's just been kind of escalating more and more. I've got to be able to move past this. I need to do this. I need to do that. And because you're defining yourself a bit by the work, maybe. And this is the freedom that comes from this. This 8 of Pentacles is about going to school to gain the energy, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears to get the fruition. On one side of this, I feel like there's some fear of I'm not able to, like if I want to change careers, I'm like, but I put all this effort into school and training or it's what I know, and this is the logical place to go, but this isn't about logic. In this scenario, we're asking about what you need to hear about career is your heart has a different idea than your mind does on what it wants to do. And even if it requires going back to school with this Eight of Pentacles, the fruition that you'll get to it would be so much different. I feel like these three cards tell us more about that mysterious alternate route. Let's see what we have here. We got the Four of Swords. Yeah, peace of mind that's free of expectations. I like that. You've got the Knight of Swords, movement of mindset, also movement of education. And you also have the Four of Pentacles, solid foundation in the outside world. It is something very homey that you can do on your own from home even. So I do feel like this is an energy of getting out of the head, and it's a quest of seeing things from a higher perspective, not from the human perspective. So that's really through here. I feel like that's the big message, that, you know, all of this is happening so you can be more true to your authentic self and live your dream instead of someone else's dream. So I like that for you. I feel like that's what they want you to know. Let's pull a fortune cookie too and see what they have here for you. Let me just put these cards back in real quick. Oh, there it is. So let's see what else we have here. And I'll give an update on where we're at on donations here when we're done with this one. All right. You've got enchantment. You have rhodiola. Look at it. Yeah. Fantasy world, right? Does it feel like that? Got the unicorn there. Card number 37. 7 and 3 is 10. Endings and beginnings energy. The herb is rhodiola. I probably totally mispronounced it. My apologies. It does have Uranus and Mercury. Interesting energy. Because Uranus is, of course, sudden change and wanting to do things differently. So let's see here. Here's the guidance. It says, the unicorn is known as the great protector of the forest. And like rhodiola, some unicorns are said to live near high mountains to this day, nourishing and protecting the wise and ancient forests left. Rhodiola is in your cards today to remind you that you are intelligence embodied. Oh, I'm sorry. You are intelligence embodied, intuitive, articulate, and knowledgeable. You exude mastery, wisdom, purity, authority, and wisdom. Emotions do not cloud your judgment. Your actions are measured carefully and intuitively as you contain ancient codes on the ways of heaven and earth. The subtle essence of the unicorn resides in the third eye. And if unicorn medicine comes to you, your sense of wise creativity and aliveness will deepen. Don't neglect your medicine. Honor your natural gifts. Stand tall. Own your medicine and who you are becoming. You've been eating a lot of herbs recently. Well, you might want to look into this one. I think it's called the Golden Root, Russian and Scandinavian traditional medicine. So hopefully that helps a little bit here. But it's very much this enchantment. It's something that feels magical and exciting, not checking off this is what I should do and that kind of thing. So that's what they have there for you. So thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. You are welcome. All right. So where we're at here, we'll be circling back to Christina. And then we have Michelle Smith via the CashApp. And then we had Miss K. And then Diana. We will circle back around for your third one here. So thank you so much for that. We'll put that there. All right. Oh, wait. Oh, make your heart smile. Oh. Oh, you are so sweet. Thank you so much. The awesome in me recognizes the awesome in you. Hey, Deb, and then Deb, you'll be up after Diana there. Hey, good to see you, my friend. Okay. So, Christina, we are circling back around to you, and we've got 20044. What, all these repeating numbers? I'm not surprised. There we go. Boom. All right. So thank you for your additional donation. And so you kind of want to talk with Paul's higher self and get some understanding of your relationship that made such a lasting impact on you and your family's lives, and why it didn't feel like it was supposed to end. Oh, okay. We'll take a look here. So connecting with Paul's higher self. I'm dialing up Paul, and then immediately his energy came in, and he was like, it's kind of like AOL when you used to have to do the dial up, and you heard it go ding 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 ding, and you could hear it like connecting through the modem in the olden days. And he goes, "Here's my connection." So he's pretty funny energy. His higher self, of course, they all are. We're such beings of joy anyway. All right, let's see what we got here. So, so we had some understanding of just the relationship and why you didn't feel like it was supposed to end. Okay, let's take a look here. So can you tell us a little bit about the bigger picture about your guys' relationship? Okay, I want those. I want that under there. No, I don't want that. I do want this one. Okay, this one wants to be there. And that here. And that here. Okay. All right. So let's take a look here. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. I get you. So yeah, that's why it's safer talking to the higher self. I love that we can, for people who are still living, we can connect and go, hey, so tell me, what was the purpose of all this? Well, here you go again on the bottom of the deck. You have the Queen of Wands again, which is about stepping into your power to show you your power. Because there was of course, he had we'll see if it comes through here. He had his own reasons that he would, what would be mirrored back to them from you and your family. And then, of course, they were a mirror for you and all your family as well. Yeah, we all are great mirrors, right? Still are, because he's still in there, right? You have this little character, little miniature character of them living in your head. So, but it is about your empowerment and about your energy and realizing your power is the big thing there. First two cards that came out, you have the Eight of Pentacles and the Ten of Swords. This is a good awareness that comes in here, because it's like the Ten of Swords is about all of this, all these expectations, trying to live up to someone, and you learned a lot through your relationship with them about kind of this is kind of a big generalized statement, but it's like that nothing I ever did was good enough is kind of this energy. There was always disappointment, and it learned about and then my expectations on them, I always have felt disappointment because it was all these small t truths of opinion that I was trying to make them live by what I think, I thought they should be, and vice versa. It's like, wow, I it was awareness of that because when there's this realization, they did this and they made me feel this way, they made this happen, they did this. No, they just were. But our stories, that 10 of swords is all these stories of that I put on their actions, non-actions, words or silence. That is what caused the pain, not ourself, right? But that's what you learn through that. It really brought it right here, right? And the Eight of Pentacles is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. You get the fruit later from it. And so, that's, you could never change them. And so that's the important piece, is they were going to be very stubborn in this lifetime. They say, he goes like, this is part of my character in this lifetime. I'm very stubborn. I'm never going to do it. And you can't change me. So the feeling of out of control was what you wanted to experience. And it's interesting because it's one of the hardest things because we're beings, all of us, the actors behind every character is a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, very compassionate. We don't like being jerks and doing things that, create physical pain, that make it easier for people to choose emotional pain, mental pain, and all of that. And it's like, and to make it easier for people to choose to suffer. But we also know that it's for them and they're wanting to experience that. So, they're like, in a very compassionate, loving way, their higher self is saying, you wanted all of what you've experienced in your life. And I was just being the puppet, this character, Paul, was just being a puppet to bring the drama you wanted to experience to learn and grow from, and vice versa as well. So it's important to know that. Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah. It's also here to bring you clarity with the Ace of Swords into the Four of Cups here too, which is an energy of realizing how the love of the outside world will never fill you up anyway. It falls short. It's stagnant. It doesn't fill us up. And that this is part of this, energy as well, is to realize that I could never be enough for you anyway, as this human character, because what you're looking for, you can only find inward and upward, from your higher self, right? So the underlying energy under that, yeah, and the Ace of Wands, again, stepping and learning your power. Here we have the Queen of Wands on the bottom, but this is so that you could realize how powerful you are in your life and how much power you were given away to people in your life. And they were a big eye-opener. Whoa, there were subtle messages from, other situations, but they were the exclamation point in your life to bring things really in front of you to set you free. So interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Yep, 10 of Wands, along with the Queen of Swords. Yeah. There's the other thing that they're bringing in here is because the Queen of Swords is like, it's a balance of head and heart, but it's also one of my cards that represents like the perfect compatible person. And it's also this part of what they were to be a catalyst for you, is to learn how much energy, the 10 of Wands is the burden of trying to find the perfect person in the outside world, which, of course, as we say, as Spirit likes to joke with us all the time when we go, when am I going to meet, the love of my life? Look in the mirror. We are the love of our life. And this is that mirror that we have. We're like, oh, every person in the outside world is a mirror reflecting us back our own self-love. So, you said you ended up seeing the black-eyed demon like being that lived with him, and I knew that I accepted. Yeah. Yeah. And so you're realizing the person, like if you looked in the mirror and they were causing pain, you're realizing how this is a reflection to go, how am I causing myself pain? How am I, this person saying this negative self-talk to me, abusing myself. And it's a mirror for you to show you that all that energy we're looking and trying to find the perfect person out there, when really the three fingers pointing back is, this is where you're going to find this. This is the person inside you. This is where you're going to find it, not out there. And so they were, again, another pointing you back, and everyone points us back to us, but they were an exclamation point. They weren't just like pointing you back with one finger. They were going, you need to look inside of you. And it was like, whoa, okay, I get it. So, and they're so funny, their higher self, because they're such a being of unconditional love and compassion. What else do we have here? And got the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, they're also a catalyst here to show you the long-held belief system that you had, which it's like being an alcoholic, being an overgiver, and leading into codependent relationships, where we feel like we have to give and give and give and give and give, and our energy doesn't allow people to give back to us. So we give and give and give until we're exhausted, and then we continue to give until we're resentful. And the other individual, because energetically our inner child doesn't feel we're worthy to receive, then it rejects them subconsciously, where it won't accept things from them, so where they end up putting their energy to somewhere else, someone else, whatever. And so they also were part of the catalyst to help you see that. So they were very much like, yeah, I took on the role as the bad guy, the villain, in the melodrama for you, because you wanted that to be able to realize that the only person dressed in white on a white horse that was going to come and rescue off of the railroad tracks that were tied up, right, is yourself. You are your own hero. And that's what you were here to learn, is that they're bringing up all these things that were running on autopilot below the surface, and they brought it to your face so that you could be aware of it and transmute it and transform it, which you've done so much with, right? And the Two of Wands, yeah, again, coming back to your power, showing your power here, right? No. Grandpa Bob is a supporter, but you are your own hero. Don't make them bring in someone else. You're like, wait. No, I have my lesson. I know. Say it after me. I am my own hero. But my Grandpa Bob showed me a beautiful reflection of the hero inside of me. You can look at it that way, because the hero inside of you recognized the hero inside of Grandpa Bob, right? But this Two of Wands comes back to your energy. It's all coming back to that of whatever you focus on the most is what you draw towards you too. But it's about again, this learning your power and how you were giving your power away so that you could, connect with that. Let's see what else he has here. With your fortune cookie, I am a hero. Yes, exactly. He was your mentor hero, until you were able to become your own hero. All right, here we go. So what else? You've got blessings. Yep. I love it. Let's see if I can zero in a little more here. Sage, of course, cleansing, but this is called blessing. Card number 6, which is unconditional love. and it as Byron Katie says, you know how you know it was supposed to end? Because it did. It's like, oh, okay. Let's see. This energy is the moon and Jupiter. Here's your ruling planet over your Sagittarius stellium, right? But you've got Jupiter and the moon energy too. Sage, like the moon card in the tarot, is the great portal to the river of life. The silver light of sage grants us the power of insight while we navigate the darkest hours. The lunar powers of sage remind us to look inward to receive visionary insight from spirit. Don't get overly consumed by the emotional interplay. Allow it to pass like the clouds. Draw upon the inner reserves of your psyche to navigate darkness and become keenly aware of what is causing inner disturbances, fear, and unhappiness, right? Inner here. Yeah, the spiraling of the smoke, right? The initiation you are undergoing, although unfamiliar, is a great blessing. Feel yourself cease and reassemble as you break illusions to unearth hidden truths. Surrender, comma, don't stand in your own way. Allow the silvery white light of sage to shatter illusions as you undergo a great awakening. Wow. Yeah. So this is all part of all this, and it's all coming up because there's a lot of knowledge and wisdom that you gleaned because of the situation that you had with them. So I know. So that is what they have for you right now. Just know that it was on purpose, for a purpose. It was fated. Everything they did just was, but it did allow you to see all the things you wanted to see to help set you free. So I like that. All right. But especially like that, how much of your power you were given away and helping you realize that. So even when they called you a hero, you wanted to deflect it and give that power to your grandpa Bob instead of embracing it immediately, going, I am my own hero. I am powerful. It went to somewhere else, right? So I feel like this is a big, important time in your life where you're just recognizing how you are. No.
No. N-O. No. No means no. No, 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 no.
Yeah. Because, don't call him now because you haven't done all that work yet. You've done quite a bit of it. You still have a lot to do to change your energy, right? To step into your power. Because if you called him, then you would just fall back into the old pattern. It would just right back in. Even though how hard you try, that mirror they would become the mirror that you need. And they've already given you all the mirroring that you need. You have it on VHS in your head. Maybe even converted it to CD or DVD, and you can replay it in your head over and over and learn from it, but not have to experience it in there, right? I love you too. Yeah. I love you. You're just so true to yourself, and I love that. All right, my dears. Thank you again for your donation. I so appreciate that. And I look forward to whenever you're ready. No pressure. But if you have two things that you want, just send them to me, and we'll see what Spirit gives you. It'll be at least 30 minutes. Sometimes if Spirit wants to go longer, we will. So whenever. All right. Let me just move that up there. All righty. So thank you again, my dear. Hang in there. Enjoy your adventures. I still have the little small video you sent from St. Patty's Day with your cool green glasses and your St. Patty's shirt. I love it. It just cracks me up. So much joy. All right. Okay. So we will continue on here. So what we have coming up next year, let me just give everyone an update where we're at. Let me just take a look here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So we do have Michelle Smith will be up next, and then Miss Kay, and then we'll circle back for Diana, and then Deb will be up there, and then Tavi T, and then Delcy Joy, and then Patty is where we're at right now. So we will continue going on here. So Michelle Smith. Oh, look at this. You got 2, 22, 22. Boom. Look at that. I love that. All right. So Michelle, let me see your timing. It should be up here. Let me scroll up. All right. I don't think it was on your, let's see here. It says for love, so it might be for a love reading, right? Let me see here. I might have missed it here. Make sure I'm looking at the right times here. Okay. Just want to make sure there isn't anything else. If you're listening right now, let me know if you had anything specific or you just want a love reading. Let me just make sure. Don't see one there. All right. I know what's going on with the numbers tonight. All right. We are on 8-8, the Lion's Gate. All right. So, Michelle, thank you again for your donation via PayPal. It did say for love, so I'm going to, and then, of course, Spirit always knows what you're wanting. Luckily, thankfully, because brudda-zen does not need to know. All right. It's like I'm a radio, they're the radio station, and you call into the request line, and then I just play the song that you requested. I like that. All right, let's see what else we have here. All right. So for love, 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 what do we got here? Okay. Let me take a sip here before we get into that. So at the bottom of the deck, we do have the Tower card, and underneath that, also the Wheel of Fortune. And both of these energies together have a commonality of whatever happens in life does happen for us. It's the tune of for us, the Wheel of Fortune that comes in there. And I like that. But the Tower card is also that when something or someone, like a relationship, is moved out of our life, it is for us to make space for something that's more in alignment with our higher self and where we want to go and the direction that we would want to, you know, move toward something, and moving us towards someone who's more in alignment with our energy as well. So I like that. We also have here, that's the bottom of the deck. So we've got 2, 1, 2, 2. Wow, all those twos. I'm sorry, is there not 2 cards there? All right. So there is, of course, a repeating numbers energy of 2s coming in. That might mean something for you. Let's see the first 2 here. You have the Knight of Wands. I'm sorry, Page of Wands. Keep on looking at that little helmet. And the Fool card. Yeah, there is this new adventure that's coming up here. This new, a new passion, a heightened passion that's coming your way here. So, of course, it comes with as attraction first. It's not love at first sight, which really is there really love at first sight? It's usually lust at first sight. No, no, it's attraction, energetic and physical attraction, spark, right? So there is one coming here in this Fool card. This is an energy of a brand new beginning, an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And it is an energy of having let some old mindsets, some old emotions go, old energies go, even old physical stuff, just a cleansing, a purging of old things, and a change of life that I feel is coming in here with all of this. And it is a passion, it is newness. I'll find out here if they'll tell us more, because pages can be a reignition of someone from the past, but you both have changed. It's not a regurgitation of something, you know, it's something brand new that comes around as well. So let's see what else we have here. What's this? Okay, it is someone brand new. Ace of Pentacles. So that's a new opportunity, brand new ace opening up in the outside world. So it's not someone from your past. I didn't think it was. I had a feeling we are going to get an ace, which would tell me that it's brand new. So I'd like that coming in here for you. Let's see what else that can tell us about that too. So you've got the 2 of Pentacles with, and here's another 2, and the Chariot. Power of choice energy. And it makes sense because this 2 of Pentacles, I do feel like there's going to be 2 individuals that come into your life at the same time. I know it's like I go from 0 to 2. Can't I just have one at a time? But it's a power of choice moment where you have someone who your brain goes, yeah, this is like what we like. This is that they check off all these things in these boxes of this list of these things that I feel like we're supposed to have. But the heart wants this other one. The heart is drawn here. It's like it's deeper than normal. It's not just, oh, it's like this deep growl. It's like your heart is growling for this other person, and your mind wants this one, and you have this choice. Am I going to go do what I've always done, get what I've always gotten, or am I going to close my eyes and open my heart and follow this, even though they don't mark off things on this list that your brain is going, they're not even look, you know. But this other thing, it looks good on paper, but in reality, like you said, yeah, I know. When I do what I've always done, I'm like, I don't want that anymore. So I do feel like that is coming up here for you. And it started off with an ending of a past relationship, and that's okay. That was no longer meant for you. It was a stepping stone for you to learn what you wanted to learn about yourself so that you could move forward into something more in alignment here. So I like that. Then your last 2 cards that coming in here. Yeah. Here's all the 9 of Swords and the 3 of Swords. Here's the mind trying to state their case. The Swords is air. It's the mind suit. The Three of Swords is it usually looks like something like this. Expectations equal disappointment. The Nine of Swords is nightmare and insomnia. So when our mind has all these small t truths, all this opinion from the past rooted in fear, all these people saying this is what you should want, who you should want, blah blah blah. To be lovable, you need all of this. There's this long list telling us who we're supposed to be, who we're supposed to be with, what they're supposed to be, like, what kind of job, what kind of, all the stuff, right? The one that we think that looks good on paper, their resume looks good, they interviewed well, we find out they lied on their resume. We have to fire them, right? This other is following your passion and allowing yourself to go live and enjoy your life, doing the things you love in life. And in doing things you love in your life, that's where you bump into them also doing the things they love in their life. And you have the spark. And then it just grows from there organically. It's not you're trying to find someone to fill a position in your life. It's you're living your life and you bump into someone that ignites a love for it. And it's not, you'll do. And if not, I'll fire you and find someone who will. It's, wow, I love spending time with you, and it organically grows into something more. So I love that. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. What else do they want you to know here? All right, this one, thank you. You've got nurture. You got lemon balm. Card number 52. And this one, says. Well, it's actually Sirius and Jupiter are the astrological rulers over this card. It says, give yourself permission to mother the deepest core of yourself. Listen to your inner child. Or there's the child that popped into your head, Christina. Retrieve the unconscious parts of your past. Forgive yourself and liberate the inner child that has remained silenced. Lemon balm assists us in reconnecting to the gentle power of nurturance. Her soft and gentle touch reminds us to connect to the Great Mother in all her shapes and forms. The medicine of honeybee is here to serve you, prompting you to ask yourself, where can I soften and receive? How can I access my inner child to access great wholeness? Honeybee symbolizes the magic of nectar, vitality, prosperity, and the great inner and outer wealth that is ahead. Wow, I love that. Hopefully that brings some clarity there for you, Michelle. So thank you again for your donation. And if that wasn't your question, please let me know. We'll make sure to get you squared away some way, somehow. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for the donation. All right. Miss K, you are up. Oh, my gosh. We're continuing repeating numbers. Now it's 23344. Perfect. All right. So let me just move it over here. All right. Scroll. I think we're up here. There we are. Thank you so much, Miss K. Let's give you a love and a like there. Thank you for your donation. Do you see me dating a new person this year? Not the Taurus, but someone new. All right. Let's take a look here. Okay. Based on current energies, is there someone new? It's tapping into your energy there. Okay, I do want these. Okay. The bottom energy here, we've got the Nine of Wands that's below the surface here. And immediately I got this picture of it relates, they like pointed at me and go, it's like you. And I'm like, what? Oh, I'm like a one person at a time person. Like if I have a crush on someone, I will devote myself to them until I either am together with them or I get enough nerve and I realize they don't feel the same way, and then I go on to the next person. That's the way I used to roll. And I feel like that's this with this Nine of Wands is saying it's a representation of like a barrier. It's like I won't meet someone new while I have interest in someone else because my heart commits totally. And I feel like that's what they're kind of saying in your direction there too. So let's see what else we have here though. Because I feel like they're saying here, if you are able to go, yes, I release you. However we do that, to the Taurus and go, you know what, I am inside of myself at least releasing it. Then the heart goes, all right, we're open for business. They're taking the reserved sign off the romantic table of two, because it went while our heart is committed to someone, we put a reserve sign. Even if it's no one sitting there, no one else will sit down. And that's how you work. Some people have Knights of the Round Table, but not you. You are a one person at a time commitment of your heart. Oh, that's too funny. All right, let's see. So if you do release that, I'm stepping in. That's what I feel like this energy was, is if you're able to, then let's see what comes in here. Or maybe you have. Yeah, you have the Five of Swords with the, what's this way? Sorry, it looked weird. The High Priestess. The horns threw me off. It's an interesting energy here because with five being a conflicting energy between head and heart, or it doesn't feel like it's in the outside world, because the High Priestess is away from everyone, up in her High Priestess tower, seeing things from a different perspective, connecting with the spirit world, look behind the veil, diving into your emotions. But it's the conflict here, kind of like we were just talking about a little bit in Michelle's reading right before this, how our mind can want something like, this is who my mind thinks I'm supposed to be with. But then there's also, this is where who my heart wants to be with. So there is this energy, pool. And it's like the stepping back to really dissect it, to realize what is it that I think I'm supposed to, based on popular opinion from the past, what has influenced me, what is of that and what is of my true heart, and discovering that, because that's like, I feel there's like this reflection happens first before you would meet someone new. Yeah, the Eight of Swords is letting go of the mind stuff. The sword suit is the mind. Eight of Swords is the movement, letting go of old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around what a relationship is supposed to be, and who they're supposed to be, and what they're supposed to do, and how the relationship is supposed to start and progress and end up, and what it's supposed to bring you, blah, blah, blah. All that stuff, right? All that opinion. This is releasing that old stuff. Which brings you to these. Let's see what this is. Yeah. So if you do the work, the Eight of Pentacles, the blood, the sweat, the tears, you do have a new opportunity of someone brand new with that Ace of Pentacles. And I like this because I feel like if you don't do the work, then we keep on, of course, doing what we've always done and get what we've always gotten. And there is this freedom energy. So if you do, release those and question those things and transmute them and transform them, you do have someone that comes in. Let's see what they'll tell us about him here. Yeah, it is a relationship, unlike anything you've had before. You have the Two of Cups, which is relationship energy, but the Three of Wands, this is about, with new information, I take a different direction. So it's like with what you've gleaned, you go a different direction. And so because you've changed and you've raised your love vibration in this way, you draw in someone that you wouldn't have drawn in before, because you have altered your energy so it draws in someone different, right? Let's see what else. Yep, that power of choice, the victory energy, victory and power of choice and movement. This is realizing, I feel like this is a big piece of the power here. And, with all the, this energy of realizing I get to choose the story of what something means. I get to choose the emotion I feel in any situation. I get to choose the energy I put forward and draw to me, and I get to choose my physical actions. I feel like you're learning a lot of that through this Taurus, and that's such an important stepping stone for you, because you do transform that within you, and realizing that I am so much more powerful than I have been ever taught to believe, and that no one else, people just do things or don't do things, say things or don't say things, but they just are until they get into the noodle. And then when they get into the noodle, we choose the story of what it means. If I don't like the story, then I change my channel. I change the story to something else. That's my power. But we grow up being told, oh, no, 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 no. When that happens, this is what that means about you. And this is what that means about them. And that's what this means about the world. And you're like, it does? Yes, trust me. And I'm like, you shouldn't trust them. We shouldn't trust any human. They're just regurgitating what they were taught, their little small t truth rooted in fear, right? But I definitely feel like you can meet someone this year, but there is a little bit of transformation that's happening, and I like that because it feels very freeing. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here. What else for Miss K? This one. No, this one. Nope, neither one. See, that's the choosing. No, no, no. There's that power of choice. You go, that one? No. That one? No. None of them. Here it is. It will be obvious. You've got Coco, Foresight, card 36. I just need to cover this up. Haven't YouTubed proved these cards yet. So you've got Coca, not Coco, Coca. Card 36, Foresight. Let's see what this brings in here for you. So it is the card of Uranus and Venus. And that's such wonderful energy, because Uranus is the old doesn't work anymore. It's new. It's it's the Aquarius energy of the new ways, heightened ways, different ways. And Venus, of course, rules over the heart as well. Hey, Miss K. Okay. It says the mighty jaguar is the spirit animal to many great medicine peoples in the rainforest. The jaguar has been regarded as one of the fierce protectors of the sacred and seen as a bridge to the upper worlds or messenger from the realm of spirit. Coca's lightning-like energy has appeared today, signaling the piercing clarity, foresight, and power you have available to you right now. Jaguar's spirit rewards you as you. Let me reread this here. Jaguar spirit rewards you as you. Okay, there we go. I understand the sentence now. Jaguar's spirit rewards you as you stay true to your integrity in moments where you could easily give it away. Don't reject innate gifts you were born with. Cultivate them and don't shy away from their magnificent power. The power of Jaguar is that of the greatest shaman, able to assist in soul work and journeying to retrieve aspects of your power that have been forgotten or remained latent. Wow, I love that for you. Beautiful, beautiful. So that is what they have for that one. And then we will circle around for your other one here in a moment. So let me get these in here, and let me just tell everyone where we're at here. So up next, let me put this here. Oh, this is up here. We'll have Diana, and then Deb, and then Tavi, and then Delcy Joy, and then Patty, and then we have Guerrera, means war. Hey, Guerrera, hello, my friend, and then back to Miss K. So that's where we're at right now, I believe. Oh, hold on. There is someone in the middle of all that. Oh, Maria, I'm so sorry. So Maria is before Guerrera means war. Sorry, I totally missed the PayPal donation that came in. So my bad. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So that's where we're at. Okay. All right, everybody. And for everyone that was looking for free readings tonight, my biggest condolences. I'm going to be hitting 3 hours in about 15 minutes. So I'm not going to get to any free readings this evening. So I will be back tomorrow morning and tomorrow night. Also Sunday morning. Sunday mornings are different if you've been trying to get a reading, free reading, and you haven't been able to get to any. Sundays, I always come back in the afternoon. Whatever I don't finish in the morning session, I do come back on and finish everything from that session, including the free reading. So at least you'll get a message from Spirit sometime this weekend. And I'm so grateful for everyone's patience in getting to your readings. I know a lot of people try to get the free readings, and I don't know, everyone can give donations. So that's why to balance, because I used to go hours and hours and hours and hours and went out of balance, and Spirit goes, well, Sunday mornings, well, since you don't have a Sunday evening session, how about we do that one? And I'm like, okay, that seems balanced. Last night I went 5 hours for donations. Tonight I'm here. I might, we'll see how we're doing on timing. I think we should be fine. But if I continue to get donations, I might have to kind of go and take a break and come back a little later too. Because 5 hours was a bit much for brudda-zen. All right. So let's get back to doing these, right? All right. So, Deb, you are up. Let's grab yours here. And here is your timestamp. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for your donation behind the scenes. I am having a great day. I hope you are as well. You'd love to have an oracle through the cards tonight. And let's see, did I see you ask a question anywhere? Oh, it was what was going on with the numbers tonight. You're up. Oh my gosh, what is going on? All right. So you just won an oracle from the Herbal Astrology Oracle. So let's take a look here, see what you have here. And I'll dive in deeper into this one. Since you don't have another question, you've got Tulsi, which is wealth. Card number 19 with a peacock. There's your bird. You always get a bird of some kind. So let's see here. This is ruled by Mercury and Jupiter. It talks about true wealth, prosperity, charismatic, vivacious, luxury, beauty, auspiciousness. The reversed energy is naivety, vanity, ignorance, emptiness, immaturity, obsession of the material world. So that's the lower vibration of that. So Tulsi, I may not be saying this correctly. You started with release practice. Oh, very good. So Tulsi says, it's also known as Tulasi, is frequently mentioned as one of the main pillars of herbal medicine in ancient Ayurvedic texts, some dating back to as far as 5000 BC. It's known as the incomparable one, the queen of herbs, the mother medicine of nature. In the ancient Vedic text, the I'm going to mispronounce this, Bhagavata Purana, the queen of herbs is noted as the plant embodiment of Lakshmi, wife of Vishnu, and known as the goddess of wealth and generosity. In Hindu mythology, Tulsi is regarded as a living gateway between heaven and earth, and believed to be a manifestation of the divine within. Along trade routes from Asia to Europe, Christians used Tulsi in rituals and called it holy basil. Across cultures, Tulsi was regarded as a symbol of divinity and purity. Found in many of the Ayurvedic formulas, Tulsi is regarded as Rasayana master plants that assist in longevity and rejuvenation. Has been used to treat intestinal gas, colds, flu, headaches, migraines, anxiety, weakness, memory enhancement, premature aging, tumors, and much more. With its ability to enhance cerebral circulation and memory, Tulsi greatly embodies the archetype of Mercury, the great communicator who governs our conscious mind, perception, understanding, along with primarily the nervous system and respiratory system. Tulsi is also ruled by Mercury's polarity Jupiter, as it's an adaptogenic plant that increases longevity, immunity, while having a strong auspicious nature known to boost spiritual abilities. Ooh, you might have to pick up some Tulsi. The guidance it brings you, the Tulasi goddess, sits proudly facing her beautiful peacock, symbolizing heaven on earth. She raises her arms with grace, aiming them like wands to catalyze magic and wealth. The fountain is centered between the goddess and the peacock, representing the wellspring created between earth, the manifest world, and heaven, the spirit world. Peacock embodies the medicines of auspiciousness, magic, and beauty, reminding us that we are the living gateway to the greatest of mysteries. Tulsi is here today to teach that the key to Jupiter's doorway, abundance and wisdom, is to live, create, and communicate from a place of wonder, innocence, and impeccability, Mercury, rather than doubt and confusion. Don't be fooled by material possessions or the vanity often worshipped in the material world. Tune into deeper realities that abound around you. Be spontaneous and celebrate your temple just as you are. Wow. It is TULSI. I'll put it up here too. Here we go. Here's your picture again. The herb is Tulsi, TULSI. The goddess is Tulasi, TULASI. The difference between the two. I love that. The gateway. You are a gateway. That really stood out to me there for you as well. So I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear, my dear. Hopefully that resonated for you, brought you through a message this evening. I like that, accepting you, your temple as you are, and all of the herbs and this energy, even connecting with that goddess, to see what resonates. If you look her up and see what resonates within that for you too. I just feel like there's some divine feminine energy there for you. Your mantra is pure love. Yes. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's what they have for you, Deb. So good to see you. Much love to you, my friend. All right. So where we're at, we have Tavi coming up next. Oh, no. You know what? I totally passed Diana. I'm so sorry, Diana. I know I was going to do that because it has, your name has 333 after it. And I saw that as a timestamp in my head. So, Diana, you were off. So sorry. I totally bypassed you. How awful. I'm so sorry. Thank you for being so gracious. Oh my gosh. I tell you what. I gotta find ways around that. All right. So Diana, let me see, you were up here. There you are. Let me give that a love and a like there. And you are very welcome for all the readings here. And all right. So sipping on an even a bigger cup of tea. Oh my gosh. Let me take a sip here. Okay. So based on their energy, since we're diving into the conversations of the royal family, of what type of conversation will FS have about CP, as well as FS business, FS business this weekend? Do you mean what's going on with FS or of their business? Like there was it that former question that you were talking about will their business change and all that? Somewhere here. All right. So let's take a look here. So let's see here. What type of conversations can you tell us about what that looks like here? Okay. And then FS's business. Do those here. All right. What do we got here? It's interesting here with the Knight of Pentacles on the bottom. It is the slowest moving night out of them all, and it does feel like the weekend is delayed. It just feels like they get there late, and this person gets there late, and it feels like there's a lot of just delay. There's a lot of wrenches being thrown into their plans this weekend. So, there is this, it almost feels a little less dramatic than we would think it would be, because it feels like not everyone can be all together for a very long time. It's like this person gets there and they get to spend time with this person, and then this person comes in, and then this person has to leave, and then a new person comes in. It's like it's a row. It's almost like a circular door at the house or wherever, that it's just spinning because people are coming and going, and that they don't have a whole lot of time where everyone is all together because of these delays that are coming in here. I don't know if it's weather or traffic or accidents or emergencies or something like that. But it just feels like that slowness of energy. But let's see what kind of conversations do happen that will come in there. Okay. That makes sense. So it does feel like there is a lot of lagging and overlapping, but not like everyone's there all together. Let's see what we have here. We got the Knight of Cups, Movement of Emotion, and the Page of Swords. There is this, because I kind of feel like it's a Spanish Inquisition with this Page of Swords, trying to get clarity, trying to understand what is going on, and because the King of Cups, when saying the King, the Knight of Cups is romance and all that, and so they're they're all given like, oh, they're not there. So free reign to quiz. And here, have another drink. We'll get her to talk, So they're like, boom, 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 right? So it's interesting here, that it is a lot of more wanting to gather the tea, wanting to gather the information. And so I feel like the conversations are more, at least this one, we have 3 more cards for more conversations, but I feel like the beginning is all about, so what's going on? What about this? What about that? What about this? And that? What about this? It feels like an inquisition. It feels like, dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it's like, in a dark room with a light shining on them. Tell us, confess. What's going on? No more. They're not here. You don't have to worry. It's not going to get back to them. Now spill it. They're like wanting the truth, wanting to see the truth of things. So it's like, oh, okay. So after they get all of that, and from their perspective, of course, from FS's perspective, let's see what comes in here. We do have the 3 of Wands. Yeah, so, and I feel like these are 3 different opinions with these 3 extra cards. This one, someone's telling them, you just need to go a different direction. This feels like masculine. Is this brother? Because they're very much, if it's breaking down, just get rid of it and get a new one kind of energy. Yeah, she wants to know the tea. So, I do feel here that I feel like brother is the one that feels like, oh, just go, just end it. Just go somewhere else. They give up on stuff. They're not someone that really completes things. So I feel like that's the conversation from them, is like, you should just leave them. And I feel like when FS goes, well, but blah, 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 they're like, oh, but you can do this and this and this. They have solutions. They think they have all the solutions. Well, you can just do this. You can just do that. Look, it's easy. You just do this. And because they're doing it from here, not from here. So that's funny. Let's see what else. We have the 5 of Pentacles. 5 of Pentacles is lack energy. They're not good enough for you. Never be good enough. Blah, blah, blah. This doesn't feel like mom. This feels like dad, though. But they're like, but you got to be careful because you don't want to be left without any resources and blah, blah, blah. Like brother's like, you should just do this. And dad feels like more like, well, you got to look at it from a business, You got to work at it. You got to do this. You got to do that. Blah, blah, blah. So they're more of, it doesn't matter if you're happy or not. You got to do the work and get the reward. So I feel like that's kind of their kind of energy. So father and son. No, don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah. And then this does feel like more mom energy, the 3 of Swords. Expectations equal disappointment. But I do feel like it's mom that has all the expectations of everything that needs to be, and she would be the one that would really rake everyone over the coals and focus on who they're not being, not a big gratitude, kind of uplifting kind of energy. I'm feeling more of a complaining, always doing that right there. I feel like I have over the years, over the months anyway, right? It does feel, I mean, that's kind of what's going to happen. It's going to be those kind of conversations, and it's going to be, right? Thanks, everybody. What's going on in your lives? Can I have a break now? Can we stop the inquisition? please, So very interesting. All right. So I feel like that's the kind of conversations that they'll have. Um, you know, but because I feel like the biggest thing, the brothers urging her to leave, urging them to leave. I don't know if it's her leaving them to leave. Dad feels like you should look at it as like from a business perspective, which makes sense with the relationship with mom, right? Because otherwise he'd have left her a long time ago. But he's like, you got to look at it like a business. You're going to have good times, and you're going to have down times. And you just gotta just through. And mom's she's like, oh, you're not doing this, you're not doing this, but that from mom, it comes from a lot of insecurities, and because she wants to point at everyone else, and no one points at her, and no one dares point at her, because the fire-breathing dragon that she can become, even though she puts on this air of I just want to know because I care. Yeah. It's like when in churches, like, we don't gossip, we share things so we can pray for one another. No, you're gossiping. You're going to hell. Anyway, so that's, I feel like, what they want for that. Let's take a look at FS's business here. We do have the Queen of Wands coming in here, and along with the Hermit card. Interesting. I'll ask that in here a sec. So it does feel here there's the Queen of Wands is an energy of, because whatever she focuses on, she gets it done, and she can really follow her intuition, and so the Queen of Wands is an energy of movement and action and success in a way with that too. This Hermit energy, it does feel like they're doing it all by themselves, and they do feel pocketed away. But I do feel like they are reevaluating what direction they want to head and what they want to do with this Hermit, because it is about stepping away from everything, kind of like the High Priestess, stepping away. And I don't feel like they've made any decisions, but I feel like they know that they have this ability. Whatever I put my energy into, it's going to be fine. But it's like, what do I want to do? Because I feel like they're ready for some sort of change, but I feel like they're going to go off somewhere here shortly, either to a conference or some sort of meeting, or a vacation, even if it's a small one, because they need time away from everything to just kind of do this. I feel like they wanted to do that on this vacation. Like, I'm going to have some time. I'm going to think about things, but they don't have any time, because the Inquisition is nonstop the whole weekend, and they don't have any, like, hardly alone time, except when they're going to go to sleep, and they don't sleep a whole lot because everyone's staying up and talking and blah, blah, blah. But I feel like they will go away, and they will make some choices and decisions, but it feels very successful, because whatever they put their energy into and behind, when they decide it, it's like, get out of the way. They'll make it happen. So this is the family's moment to speak openly, since CP isn't there. So does any of this resonate with FS in action? I feel like, how in the other reading we were talking about how she turns into a child when she goes home. So she turns into, they, I don't know if it's a she, but they, oh, I'll get away. Okay, very good. Yeah. Swear to God, I swear. If I disappear, it means the FBI came and took me away, or the CIA. So I feel like that when they go back, they feel like they listen to it all, but it's almost like a teenager because they're like, yeah, 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 okay. They act interested, but really, um, because so much of their life, I feel like they've been told what you're not doing right, and you're not doing this, you're not doing that, that they kind of learn to tune them out. And they're just like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. And then the moment they leave them, it's, psh, it's whoop, whoop. um, because I feel like they're all doing all this, but I feel like they feel attacked in a way because they're basically saying you made poor decisions. You made a bad decision, and in this and that and blah blah blah. That it's like a teenager trying to tell a teenager what to do. You don't tell teenagers what to do. You show them by your life, and they learn by watching. And when they look at their family's life, they're like, yeah, yeah, blah blah blah. Now take all that advice for your own life. Is how what they want to say. They would never say it, but they're just like, this is good advice. And then inside for you, you should take your own advice. But I don't feel like, even if it resonates with them, I just feel like they feel like they're on the defensive when they're around there, because again, it's trying to live up to these high expectations that all of them have, and they're all different, and it's never been able to live up to them. That they just want to get through the weekend. But it did very much make sense of the mirror of reflection of why they're with CP, right? And how the same stuff that she heard growing up that she took on as her own opinion is being mirrored back from CP. And so that's for her, for them. I keep on saying her. I don't know why I think it's a her, but for them, I should use them anyway, just for everyone. um, but it's, for them to change, and have that awareness and go, wow. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right, let's see what else we come in here with this fortune cookie here. All right, what else? The weekend, especially Grace. And this is Shisandra. I don't know. I got to cover up one of her sides here. I'm not sure what this is, but it's called Grace, and it's card 29. It is the energy of Jupiter and Venus, so the expansion of emotion, the expansion of love energy that comes in here. So, like the Temperance card in the tarot, the goddess holds a cup of water representing the subconscious as she crosses over a stream of water representing the conscious mind. Her medicine teaches us about the high alchemy of beauty, grace, and the harmony of dualities. Like the medicine of Swan, she is here today to remind you of the grace within balance, patience, and moderation. She is being invited to allow life force to flow through her without force or resistance. So she's being asked, follow your visions and pay close attention to the subtle language in your body and surroundings. If you feel out of orbit or aloof, make time to ground. Grounding will only facilitate your development to a higher consciousness. Get grounded. Yeah, this weekend, it's like the ugly duckling, right? Oh, you're going to totally use that. We don't gossip. We share out of concern. You're so funny. But it feels like a grounding energy. I do feel like they get out. They try to get out on walks and try to get away from things to get grounded and stuff. But at least, I mean, that's why I feel like they're used to like a very combative childhood and family in a way. And so the extremity of how we might perceive their relationship with CP and FS isn't how they perceive it, because they grew up with such a harsh environment that they're used to that. And we tend to seek out people that are like our parents, right? Interesting. Whoa. All right. So hopefully that helps, Dana. Thank you again so much for all of your donations and the tea, the chance for some deep tea tonight. So thank you. We'll see what happens this weekend, right? All righty. So let us continue moving forward here. Let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So I should be able to make it through these in this session. But I will have to cut it off at Happy Pill. So any others I might have to deter until the morning or come back on later. But all right. So Tavi T, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. Thank you for your donation via CashApp. And it's not over there, so it's over here. All right, here we are. So how does AE view you? Friend or in a romantical way? All right, let's find out. Then we'll have Delcy, Joy, and then Patty, then Maria P, and then Guerrera, and then Miss Kate, and then Happy Pill. Oops, there we go. They deal with those two. And I deal with this one. All right, boom, boom, boom. We shall find out here. Okay. Just to start off, the bottom of the deck we do have, let's see, it's this way. The full card with the 0 here. And this is about like an adventure. We'll find out more about the romantical ways or not here. But I feel like there is an underlying energy of not having expectations, not having intentions, more of like a world of possibilities. And let me just see what happens and goes. I'm not like focused on, I want it to be this or this or this. It's kind of, I'm just taking it as it goes kind of energy. So that's, important to know they're not an intentional type of person. They just want to kind of flow. Let's see here though. Is it friend or romantical? All right. Well, we got the 10 of Pentacles, which is partnership and looking at someone as, I feel like they look at you as someone that would make a good partner in life, which isn't necessarily romance yet, but it's an energy of, I could see that you would make someone, even me, a great partner. So they see very many qualities in you that make you a great candidate for partnership, right? We have the Hierophant, which the Hierophant energy, this is about trying to see things from a higher perspective in a way, like our higher self drawing us to trying to gain clarity, trying to understand. And I feel like that's kind of this energy of letting it unfold. I just want to see what comes in. And what do I experience? This is Taurus energy with the Hierophant, and it rules over like the 5 senses. So they like what they see, they like what they hear. I don't know, taste, or what you speak, how you smell, the touch. It's the sensory kind of energy, and they feel you're an attractive person as well. It's like the senses are pleased around you. And we got the 4 of Wands. Yep. We have the Four of Wands, which is joy, celebration. It's the marriage card too, which marriage material. But it's also like finding my people, finding my tribe. So it feels like definitely friend energies there, but I feel like they see all these other things around you, but they're just allowing things to unfold and see what unfolds. Kind of energy, not like again, not an intentional like, oh, I'm going to go after you to do this. They're like, oh, I'm just going to hang around and maybe hang out and just see where things go. But let's friends. The foundation is friendship, which is great, really. Honestly, that's my personal belief is that the best relationships are those that are started off as friends and best friends, and then you continue to have that friendship. It's just best friends sleeping over instead of, you know, trying to find the perfect partner, blah, 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 right? Let's see what your fortune cookie says. Oh, well, so there is love there. Wow, the rose busted out in the fortune cookie. They tried to hide, but no, no, no. The oracle, even though they fooled the tarot, the oracle busted them. This is Venus and moon energy. It's all about love and emotion. So they do have that under there, but they do have that. It's the fear of failure that keeps them from wanting to commit to things and to other people. At least in the beginning, they like just to see how things unfold, and then trust is built up over time. It says, it is time to allow for greater love in your life. Allow the dance of trust and intimacy to heal and open your heart. Like the rose, you are rising from harsh soil through the path of thorns and challenges as you grow and blossom in your spiritual journey. Look deep into your heart and see where you might need more love and affection. The white dove reminds us that through childlike trust, we can navigate the most challenging of pathways with an undertone of joy and presence. Remember, you understand how love is the doorway, and through this sacred embodiment, you're able to birth anything into manifestation. Let all creativity, all sexual and nurturing connection be attuned to the vibrational powers of unconditional love. Wow. Beautiful. I feel like that is for you because you're asking about love. And that's the important thing with all this, too, is returning. When things are moving slow in the outside world, it's giving you time to look at your self-love, right? Because every relationship that we're in is a reflection of our own self-love, right? No one can love us more than we love ourselves, and no one can receive love from others more than to the extent we love ourselves either. So hopefully that helps. That is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. So, Delcy Joy, you are up next. 3, 4 to 6. All right. Totally didn't do that right. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. So, Delcy, thank you so much for your donation via the CashApp. So, let's take a look down here. I think I might have seen your name down here as well. Maybe I didn't. Hey, Delcy. Yeah, there it is. You're trying to decide which will be best for you long term, disability retirement or regular retirement, in addition to becoming a content creator. Okay, I get you. So let's take a look here. We'll pull cards for both and see which of the energies aligns with what matches what you want. Okay, I'm just going to take another sip here. Drying out here. All right. So first we'll have energy around disability retirement, kind of energy based on your current energy. What kind of experiences do you have with that? And then regular retirement. And all this is included while becoming a content creator too. Okay, they do with these. Like that one there. These two. Those are extra. We'll see what those are about. All right. So Delcy, disability retirement. Let's see what we got here. You got the 7 of Pentacles. Oh, yeah. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It's a bit of patience energy, but there's also this: when you get the fruit of it, you may not exactly like the eggs that are in the basket. You're like, you might look into, is there any, I'm sure you are researching it, but the difference of what comes with it versus regular retirement. Because it almost feels like there's like a give and take kind of energy, where if you take the disability, you get this, but it also isn't as much, or it's shortened, or there's something that there's an impact that you may not be aware of. So be aware. Do some more research if you feel so inclined, because it feels like there's something that it doesn't quite turn out to be what you thought it was. It's like biting into a chocolate and you're like, oh, that's not what I wanted. You also have here, this is the King of Wands. This is the power of choice. It's important in making this decision not to do what you think of other people. It's like clearing the throne room, clearing all the opinions out, decide what you want, then you make a decision, make a plan, and then follow through on it. But I feel like that's what this is saying. An important piece of this is to help you in your decision is to clear the throne room of everyone else's opinion so that you can be more true for yourself here. You do have the Page of Pentacles, so there is abundance that comes in here. So we like that. And the Four of Cups here is a stagnant kind of emotional energy. I feel like this gives you enough, but it doesn't feel like what you want kind of energy. Let's see what the regular retirement brings in here. Yeah, you got the Two of Cups. Let me see what this is. This is emotional choice. We do have the Nine of Swords, which is fear, right? Limit additional income options, right? Oh, yeah, right. With disability, they're like, you can't work a certain amount. That makes sense. You do have the Judgment card. Here's your calling. And the Emperor. So again, the Emperor and the King of Wands energy are both the same of get all of these expectations out of the way, and there is this I like the Judgment card because that's the calling, and like you're wanting to be a content creator. That's like your dream, right? And so I feel like with that one, that just falls in a line with your, as you're saying, additional income options, because this allows more dreams. It feels less restrictive, definitely there. But this Nine of Swords is there's something to do with, you have some fears around regular retirement, and it has to do with some expectations, some disappointments, again, it comes in here with these, what people have been telling you, or what you should do. And but I like with both of these, they're like, get everyone out. This is your life. You get to live it. Everyone has opinions. Every adult has opinions about every other adult. That's fine. They're loud, but that doesn't mean they have to be your opinion. That's what I feel like a lot of this is about here. The Two of Cups is you get to choose how you feel about everything. You get to live with it. You get to choose it. And if you choose this way, then that's the way it's going to be, right? So I like that energy. I feel like it gives you some clarity there. Let's see what these other two cards were here too. Yeah, you got the Knight of Pentacles and the Six of Cups. And we do have the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight, but it also is the quest for worth. And with the Six of Cups, I like this energy of reminding us that we are eternal beings, right? That have had many, 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 many different lifetimes and expressions as human, as other things. We will have other, that we are forever eternal. This human character is only here for so long that it just helps us put things into perspective, and that our worth is not like dependent upon, anyone else. That this is a quest for our self-worth, and that my worth comes from in here, not out here. So I feel like that helps too. Kind of just all about perspectives. I have my perspective. Get everyone else out of there. Let me just see things from a higher perspective. And that we're not here for a long time. That this isn't, I know it sounds kind of almost morbid. We're not here forever. We're going to die. And so, make the most of it. Nothing's forever here. Your decision you make isn't going to be, you get to decide how you deal with anything with that Two of Cups. So I like all that. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. And let's see if it helps anything here too. You got inner peace. You got chamomile. Relax, rest, take it easy. Let's see what it says here. I like the number 9 being like the hermit, of course, which is come back to you, what you want, right? This, the moon and the sun are the astrological rulers of chamomile. It says if you find yourself often triggered and consumed by small stresses, be aware that they accumulate, creating a chronic state of disharmony and fear. Chamomile today is reminding you to not project your fears onto life and others. Allow yourself a state of internal peace and give yourself the greatest love imagined. Chamomile, like deer energy, instills a contained center of innocence, warmth, and light within us. Deer blesses us with the power of gentleness to heal our wounds and the heart mind of wounded beings. Don't push hard to do the work. It's the gentleness of spirit that heals all. So I like it. Yeah, like you said, too much input can be stifling. It's like, yeah, maybe don't overthink it. Don't stress it, is kind of what I feel with a lot of this energy. It's like, you know what? Follow your heart, be still, step away, and then just follow your heart. Because there's no wrong choice. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. And I feel like you already know what you want to do. Oh, it's interesting. They just brought back to my mind. It's called, it's like, it's flipping a coin. What do they used to call it? Casting lots. But it's flipping a coin. And like whenever you have to decide something, especially if it's just two things, you can heads this, tails this. You flip the coin, and if you're like, all right, then that's what you wanted to do. If you're like, oh, best 2 out of 3, then, or you're disappointed, then you knew you wanted the other one. So it's a way to really get to the truth of our feelings. And if there's more than one, then you can do it between two things and then get down to one, then do it with another one until you whittle it down as well. So interesting, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Dulcie. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Hey, Debbie-O. Good to see you. All right. So, Patty, you are up. So 3, 34, 39. You are very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. So Patty, you are up here. Let's give that a love and a like there. Ooh, any Lionsgate message for you. All right. Let's take a look and see what we have coming in here. After this, we do have Maria P, and then Guerrera, and then Miss K, and then Happy Pill. And then that'll be shutting down the session. I've been on for 3.5 hours, so I'll probably be done about 30 minutes maybe. But I won't be able to get to any free readings this evening. Everybody, so my apologies if you've been waiting for one. But I will be back tomorrow morning and at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, and then tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Sundays, we do have a special process where whatever I don't finish in the morning session, I do come back on and finish out everything in the afternoon, even free readings. So if you've been trying to get a free reading, for sure come in Sunday morning. We'll make sure you get a message from Spirit. All right, Patty, Lionsgate. Let's get into this energy of Lionsgate for you. Let's see what they have here for you. All right. With these here too. You know, you do know, don't you? You're like, I do. I'm not. If you have this draw to the Syrian Starseed Collective, I would definitely. I get a confirmation that you do have experiences and expression of your energy that has existed among them. I don't feel like you were originally like that was your first expression you chose in this dimension, this universe. But I do feel like you have visited among the Syrian Starseed Collective. So if that interests you, definitely take that as a validation of those feelings and look into it and see if it resonates. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity that is coming your way here. Let's see what that's about. So the Lionsgate energy is about manifestation. It is a great energy of growth and abundant kind of energy. Ooh, you do have the Lovers card coming in here. So there definitely is an important relationship that is being drawn in here for you here. Let's see what else they'll tell us about this here. Seven of Wands. You do meet them here, whoever this is. We'll see with these other 4 cards if this is romance or friendship or something. We'll see if we'll get more clarity. But it definitely is. You meet them with a 7 of Wands. It's you standing out, you being true to you, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not feeling you have to defend who you are, but it's you just being you and shining bright. In fact, I feel like you'll be standing out in some way from a crowd. Either you're up in front of someone, leading a meeting, maybe it's not at work, but it's like you're out in front, singing karaoke on stage, whatever it is, or you're separated from everyone else and they see you and you see them and you're like, wow. And there's this draw between the two of you. We'll see if we'll see with these 4 cards. Is it romantical or friend, or what is this all about here? Well, we got the 3 of Cups. 3 of Cups energy is a joy energy. It is your tribe kind of energy. You have the Judgment card, which is the calling card. Let me see more about this here too. Yep, you have the Knight of Swords and the Sun card too. Again, the 7 of Wands is like this, being seen, being bright like the sun. The sun doesn't ask permission to shine. It doesn't dim its light. It shines bright. You can't handle it? Get in the house. Get in the shade. I'm not going to dim my light. And I feel like this really feels like an important person you meet. And it feels like someone that's going to be like one of your best buds for the rest of your life kind of energy. It doesn't feel so much romantic. I'm sorry. But there is this, with the Judgment card, that's like your calling. as I was saying, and this Knight of Swords. It's like the pursuit of your dream, or the pursuit, like what your heartstream is, doing something you love. And in either you're taking a class or you're learning, and while you're doing that, that's where you guys bump into one another. And when this spark happens, and you just like two peas in a pod. And it's like someone who's like this bestest friend, a very close person. I feel like with the Three of Cups that you might have more than one person that will be like that. But it's about community and finding people like-minded, like energetic, people with the same energy, I guess is a better way to say it. And I feel like that's what this line gate is opening up. It's drawing in your tribe, but it's specifically drawing in you to this other person that, like I said, bestest of friends. It's like forever, right? Let's see here with your fortune cookie what comes in here too. What about this Lion's Gate? Okay, here it is. And you've got Animal Monday, which is Dragon's Blood. Card 51. Cool card. We'll take a look here. So I don't think you hear Patty. Oh, Patty! The Lover's card again. So this is ruled by the Black Moon Lilith and Pluto. So dragons are ancient guardians of the earth, symbolizing hidden knowledge and auspicious powers of supernatural origin. Dragons are etheric beings that inhabit the deepest pockets of the ethers and have dominion over the four elements. Dragon's blood core oozes blood, representing the collective blood, the blood of nature, and serving as a gateway to the anima mundi, the world soul. As you enter the all-seeing portal of the great void, don't shy away from its vastness. Embrace it as you are undergoing this great initiation. Within this awakening, you will discover the unique pattern you contribute to the great tapestry of life. I love that. I also feel like it is definitely there's a human, but I also feel with that really stood out to me with this dragon's blood and the dragons, that they're you have like a dragon spirit guide that wants to interact more with you, and this was their opportunity to kind of just subtly go, dragon, Psst, dragon, what? Just a subliminal message. I'm here and I'd like to get to know you, for you to get to know me more, because I can help you. So I like that. Syrian Starseed Collective, Dragon Spirit Guide, and then someone coming to you in the outside world. This Lion's Gate is activating all of this energy for you. So I like that for you. And that's what they have for you, Patty. So happy Lion's Gate, and thank you again for your donation. I am not taking any more reading requests, Rosalind. I'm so sorry. I have Maria P, and then Guerrera, and then Miss K, and then Happy Pill for donations. And then I am outie for this evening because I've been on almost 4 hours now, and I need to rest. But I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. tomorrow night, 6 to 9 p.m., and then Sunday as well from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if you'd like to join me, I'll be back. All right. You are very welcome. All right. So Maria P, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. Boom. There we go. All right. Let's go over to your PayPal over here. Thank you so much for your donation. All right. All right, so let's take a look here. Checking into the days of our lives. What are Wally's feelings and thoughts for you today? I'm going to do just one card for each of your questions because there's a lot of questions. So I'm just going to do one card for each. So what are Wally's feelings and thoughts towards you today? Okay. And then after your date. And then what's coming for you and him. And did he enjoy your date? Was there something he didn't like? Updates on the dark side. Whoa. Okay. And then tomorrow we are working together. Will we hang out afterwards? Are you guys creating something? Is that creation card we got the other day? All right. And then that is enough. All right. So Wally's feelings and thoughts. We do have the 5 of Pentacles here. There's a little bit of energy today. Could be activated with the Lionsgate energy that we have going on. Could also be the Aquarius moon, Aquarius full moon that's going to be happening here in a few hours. But there is this feeling, this fear of abandonment, of being left out in the cold, of not being enough. So there's a little bit of thinking around their emotional energy, which is all right. I feel like they're just in kind of a mood of energy of like just questioning things. I mean, they might have had like a challenging day at work or something, because it just feels, or a week at work, because it just feels like they're kind of in the questioning their worth. And it doesn't have to do strictly with you, even though this is feelings and thoughts towards you today, but it is like this energy just builds into this feeling of, fear of what if you leave, what if, because they're really starting to, you guys are really starting to mesh, like it's really leaped into a new level recently, right? And so they're fearing it more. It was going to be like they didn't want to lose it before, but now they really don't want to lose it. So this fear kind of got ignited today, which is all right. Like you said before, it's okay for them to fear that. Keeps them in check. So how did he feel after your date? 2 of Pentacles, very balanced. So this is good. So I feel like that after your date, that this energy feels very more muted. So what they were feeling it before, when they spent time together, it really made them feel balanced, and it's like taking a relieved kind of energy. And so just really brought balance into their life too. Just really helped them all the way around. What's coming for you and him? You got the 9 of Wands. There's a little bit of perseverance energy coming in here. And I don't feel like this is necessarily like between your guys' relationship, but I do feel like it's an energy that you both need in your life. I feel like you're both going through a lot of stuff, a lot of busyness. Like it's going to take some perseverance, because it's almost like how you hear burning the candle at 2 ends. Well, you're burning 9 candles in your sombrero or in your hat that's here. And so you're both carrying a lot of energy, a lot of stuff going on. So I feel like you guys just need some perseverance to get through a busy time. I feel like that's what they want you to know here. Did he enjoy your date? Ooh, Queen of Wands. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah. A lot of passion, a lot of energy. And I think we get that with you a lot when we ask that question. So they like your passion. They love your energy. There's that physical attraction, this energetic attraction that you guys have. And they like the spark that you bring into their life. So yeah, they absolutely did. Something they didn't like. 7 of Cups. There's a lot of different emotions all over the place here. And I feel like it's not, and this isn't geared again at you, because of course realize that their emotions have nothing to do with you. Their emotions have to do with them, right? You can't make anyone feel any way, but they felt all these different emotions. And I feel like they were looking for stability, right? They wanted the two pentacles. After all this week of all this over, they just wanted balance, but they ended up feeling all these different emotions and all this different stuff. And they weren't, it's like they're kind of on the verge of exhaustion. And they weren't, it's like they didn't want to invest that much energy into feeling all these different emotions, but they did anyway. But that's the thing, if what they didn't like is tonight or for your date, they wanted just kind of a balanced, low key, not woo woo woo, but I feel like they went all over the place, which has nothing to do with you. I mean, you made it, you were the environment that they were among, but that was all going on inside of them. You couldn't have done anything about it. But that's the small thing. It's not anything, at all. Update on the dark side. Oh, look, 7 of Swords. Lies, deceit, thievery, betrayal. So conflict, arguing, conflict. That's going on over there. They're not being truthful to one another. They're playing games with one another. Thus, but he feels he has to play that game because that's what if you don't, the dragon will burn you alive. So you have to play the dragon's game, and that's what he's doing. Just the same old conflict, mental conflict. Tomorrow, you're working together. Will you hang out afterwards? Ace of Swords. New communication. It's not necessarily new plans, but it does feel like here with the Ace of Swords, that does feel like a positive, yes, energy that you guys will hang out. Mainly for talking. It doesn't feel like you guys are gonna, you might go for like to make it something to eat. It's something where you guys are just talking a lot. It doesn't feel like a lot of other activity after that, which is good because I feel like you both need rest, but he needs rest. He needs to go take a nap. Little grumpy boy needs a nap. Your fortune cookie is cacao, initiation. Or cocoa. I think it's cacao. I don't know. But let's take a look here. Card number 38. It is Uranus and Venus, which is a new ways of loving. Old ways of loving don't work. It's finding new ways of loving kind of energy. It says, Quetzal has flown into your cards today, symbolizing initiation. The sky gods are speaking and bathing your soul in liquid light as you traverse a series of spiritual tests. The Quetzal is considered one of the highest divine apparitions as it is associated to the snake god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Like cacao, I think it's not cocoa, right? It's cacao. Anyway, both are considered precious heavenly gifts from the sky gods. These divine apparitions today are asking you to deeply tune in to the cosmic heart. Let it move you. Open yourself to receive the holy gifts provided and listen carefully to the light language pouring through them. Keep elevating your frequency rooted in unconditional love. Higher vibration, right? Step out of your own way and allow your heart to blossom. Know that through this divine love, we experience the cosmic heart, the gateway to spirit, right? Get out of this and into this and then connect to that, right? So I love that for you, Maria. Hopefully that is helpful. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Guerrera means war. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Got 3:55:05. All right. And sorry, my butte has fallen asleep. So after Guerrera, we have Miss Kate and then Happy Pill, and then we're closing off the session for this evening. But I'll be back tomorrow. All right, Guerrera. Thank you so much for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like there. I am well. I hope you're doing well. Could we check to see if a work position closer to home is on the horizon? You're hoping your manifestation work will come true. All right. Let's take a look here and see what Spirit has here for you. Let's take a quick sip here, some water. All right. So any position opening up near home. All right. They do want that one too. Okay. And then what else? I feel like they have other advice for you. Is that it? All right. All right. We do have the 3 of Wands on the bottom of the deck, which is a change of direction with new information. So I do feel like there is a new opportunity that's coming up, but I feel like the way you've been going about it is this way, and I feel like you kind of take an alternate course and go a different way. So I do feel like there is something. I don't know if you have the ability to work from home, like you have the environment for it. But I hear that. So that might be a different thing. Not even working closer to home, but working from home. Something just to think about if that's a possibility. If you're like, oh God, I'd never get any work done at home. There's too many people or too much distraction or whatever. But I just feel like there is definitely a new route that you're taking with that 3 of Wands. Right smack in the middle, you got like 5. It's like a dice. You got 2, 2, and 1 in the middle. The middle one is the Knight of Cups. Yeah. Movement of heart. I like this. So I do feel like there is definitely possibilities of this here for you. When we follow our heart, we don't focus on, like manifestation, especially today with Lionsgate. If we're focusing on want and need, that's actually lack energy. Like, I want this, I need this. We actually end up pushing it away from us. Same thing with fearing lower vibrational energies, right? What I can do, to help with manifestation, and this is like from the heart, is think of the things that I love. What am I grateful for in my current job, the jobs I've had in the past where I've lived near my home, and the gratitude of the distance, especially. Like, I love that was that close. I love that one was this close. And then also I love this about that job and this job and this job. And because you're giving all this gratitude energy then to the creator for that you love and are grateful for these things, that you've had these things or have these things, then that's what draws things to us. So I feel like that's an important energy just to be aware of. Let's see what else they have. Yeah, you have the 9 of Cups, dream come true energy. So it does feel like there definitely is something here. What else do we have? 6 of Wands energy, of victory energy that comes in here. It's all looking good. 8 of Cups, yeah, leaving behind emotions that don't serve you anymore, so that you can move on to the 9 of Cups, which is your dream come true. So it is letting go of some emotions. Well, let's see. Can you tell us more? In the 3 of Cups too. Wow, joy and celebration, but there's a lot of emotional energy. I mean, 4 out of your 5 cards are heart energy, which is telling me, especially in the Knight of Cups, the pursuit of your heart, it's important for you to like follow your heart and what it wants to do and not what your head thinks it should do. but where's your heart leading you? Because I feel like if you follow your heart, where your joy is leading you, that's where you'll find jobs that are closer to home, positions that are closer to home, versus if you're doing what your mind says you're supposed to do, you're not going to find that, because it's like your heart is trying to draw you closer into something that represents itself. So it feels very positive with all of this, but maybe that's the Three of Wands. That's the change of direction, is you're following and looking in positions that your heart would like, not what your mind says you're supposed to have and must have, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. Here we go. And you've got surrender, passion flower. Beautiful energy. Let's see what this brings in here. Yeah, and that's kind of what we do with gratitude. I stop trying to control it or trying to do, and I focus on extending gratitude to Creator instead, right? It is Neptune and the moon. It's ruled by the Neptune and the moon. And the guidance says passion flower symbolizes surrender, sacrifice, and the crucifixion of the ego, right? The supposed to. Passion flower resembles the need to sacrifice in order to make space and move forward. The all-seeing double-headed owl symbolizes the great understanding perceived from both sides, whether it be upside down or inside out, and bestows goddess passion flower with unseen truths as she performs rituals for letting go. Owl is symbolic of discernment and able to light up what needs to be seen. Passion flower today might reflect the need to suspend actions that aren't aligned to your spiritual path. Ooh. Are there certain decisions or actions you've made that you must sacrifice in order to reassess your direction? That's what we're talking about, right? Honor your intuition. It's okay if projects or original ideas come to an unexpected halt. Discernment is key to experience greater truth and opportunities. Wow. That's exactly what we're talking about. So I love that for you. All right. So that's what they have for you, Guerrero. Hopefully that brings some clarity there for you. Oh, there you are. Sorry. You're with me to the end of the line. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, they've been cutting our ability to work from home. That's mean more of an impetus. Close to home would be a huge help for my health. All right, less stressful commute and more time with my kids. I'm totally with you on this message. Yeah, into a gratitude for what you do have and have had, but also um, the you might even like leave your current company and follow something else too. Follow your heart, right? This is the deck, the Herbal Astrology Oracle by Adriana Ayalas. It's a beautiful deck. So I'm glad this was confirming for you. But definitely it could be like follow your heart. It might take you like, you know what? I do want this. And if they restrict me from home, yeah, you're like, well, if you're cutting me my ability to work from home, I might have to go to a different job, to a different company. And they'd be like, oh, wait a minute, because they might be getting that a lot. You might find a company that says, yeah, we want you to work from home. Saves us money. All right. So I'm glad that was helpful. And thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. And thanks for sticking with me to the end. All right. So next we have Miss K and then Happy Pill. And then we will be cutting off the session this evening. So Miss K, thank you for your additional donation. Let's grab your timestamps here. These are both of them together this evening. All right, let's work with those. right, so let's give that a love and a likey there. So do we see your Taurus coworker opening up to you in love? All right. So based on current energy, let's see where they're at, right? This Taurus, this complex Taurus, right? All right, let's see here. What do we have? Got this and this and this and this and these three. All right, let's see what we got here. So let's see what we have. First one, we have their ever transformation, Hanged Man, slowness. It's slow coming here. But this is about transformation, trying to see things from a different perspective. But they are going through a transformation in life and making changes, right? So they are in this kind of cocooning stage. We talked about that, where they kind of hermit and pull back and battling between their head and their heart. Got the Six of Wands. So there's passion energy there. Six of Wands is like equal passion with 3 wands on each side. So they have that physical and energetic attraction. We do have the Nine of Cups, which is a dream come true kind of energy. And I feel like that they would like to make your dream come true, is what I'm feeling here. So there's a little bit of a hero archetype at play in them, that they like to rescue people. They like to make things better for people. Again, I feel like this goes back to childhood energy, but I do feel like they want to make your dreams come true. And it's like, well, but I want someone's dream is to be in love with me, not to make my dream come true, right? I get it, but this is an interesting energy with that. Very much this hero. I want to make your dream come true. Like, well, my dream come true would mean that you love me, not just because you want my dream to come true, but that you really love me. So let's see what else comes in here, because this is very interesting. We have the High Priestess energy. This is like the Hermit energy, where they go up into their little High Priestess temple, connect to the spirit world, look behind the veil, dive deep into their emotions. It's kind of like that Hermit energy that's coming in here. Let's see what else we get here. We have the Ace of Wands. Again, passion energy. 10 of Swords, which is all those expectations. And the Queen of Cups. This is like the High Priestess energy. They're a big feeler, which Taurus is ruled by Venus, which they do feel love a lot, but it's sensory. And all these expectations, I feel like they have a hard time. And this Nine of Cups too, the 9 is the hermit's journey, right? And the 9 of Cups is trying to find their self-love. If they are able, and this is where I feel like maybe their current energy is, it won't happen very fast, but what they're on this in this cocoon for, in this High Priestess temple, all this emotion is to try to find, they've got this sea of love below, but they don't have access to it because, well, they have access to it, but the only, how we say that I can't give more love to others than I have for myself, nor receive love from others more than to the extent I love myself. They've got a low self-love. They've learned to express themselves through passion. That's why we have a lot of passionate energy and wands and fire. Excuse me, but if they have a thimble, is the representation of the cup of their self-love, then they can give that to you. They're like, here, but it's like, no, I think you need that more than I do. Right? Because you want to be able to have floods of love, not here you go. Because in the beginning, we're like, oh my gosh, you're giving me some love. Oh, sure, I'll try this sample. That's pretty good. Can I have like a barrel of it? And they're like, no, this is all we only offer samples. And it's like, what? So I feel like right now where they're at, it's a bit that they're not able to bring you the amount of love that you would like from them. So technically, will they open up to you in love? Slightly, but not to the extent that you're wanting. And I feel like it's going to be a while for them to build up that cup to where it's a bigger and bigger cup that they can offer, because I don't feel like they're working excitedly into their shadow, into transforming that. And that's where they need to work to be able to do that. Let's see what else comes in here with your fortune cookie. See if any other guidance around them. But it doesn't mean that they won't, but it's like, I do feel like your patience will run out long before they reach that point. Because you're like, I am wanting love. Not just passion and intimacy and motion. I want emotion, right? Here you go. Yep, got the lion. Roar. So you have Rue, which is protection, card number 4. It's ruled by Sun, of course, and Pluto. So Rue is said to be the herb of angels, granting us the ability to channel the angelic realms. It emanates golden energy like a lion, powerfully protecting and pouring in light into any space that it inhabits. Resilient like the wild array of solar herbs, it grows generously and abundantly, thriving in all kind of terrain, demonstrating its strong life force and vitality. Rue has landed in your cards today to remind you to protect your aura from lurking and possessive spirits that might be consuming your energy. And that can be, I don't believe in like low vibrational beings sucking life out of us or anything, but it can be being around people with low vibration energy and low emotions can drag us down. So be aware of who we're investing our energy in. Don't allow parasitic negativity to darken your field, which can create perpetual states of self-criticism, self-doubt, or self-hatred. Call upon Rue's power to shield your body with angelic forces and restore radiance, vitality, and love in your atmosphere. Interesting, right? I know. I do feel like them, like I said, I do feel like eventually your patience, I think you've been very, very patient already, and I just feel like you're like, I'm wanting more fire. That lion Leo energy, I feel like you're wanting a higher vibrational Leo who action, movement, not grounding, slow Taurus energy. You know, the Knight of Pentacles, the Knight of Taurus, is the slowest moving knight out of them all. I know, right? You don't have to tell me, preaching to the choir. All right. But that's what they have for you, Ms. K. Thank you again for your dual donations. Hopefully that brings some clarity for you. And many blessings to you. All right. Lastly but not leastly, we got Happy Pill. So Happy Pill. Whoops. Let's type it correctly here. Here's your timestamp. Around here anyway. There you go. And let's give your donation a love and a like there. So thank you for that. And you would like a September month reading. All right. Let's see what we have here. So what do they want you to know? Can you believe it's already a week into August? September will be here before we know it. So what do they want you to know about September? I got this and I got this. I do want these 3. All right. Underlying energies. So what do we got going on here? Well, the month of September, you have the number 9. Major Arcana number 9, the Hermit card. So there is a bit of Virgo energy, a focus on daily tasks and body and health, not necessarily like bad health, but being healthy. I feel like you get this like um, spark of I want to work on organizing myself and getting a routine going, and I want to take care of my, at least doing this every day, or type of, I'm going to go for a walk every morning or whatever, kind of thing. So I feel like that's a underlying energy for September. Just feel very motivated to do that. What else do they want you to know? Three of Cups. There is joy. There is celebration energy that comes in here. Let's see what this is in relationship to here. Yeah. You have this freedom, an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And it is seeking your joy, finding your joy here, following your joy. And I feel like that's kind of this spark of, I want to do something that lightens up my life and that brings me joy. And I feel like that's what you're doing. You're initiating something here, but that's part of it, is bringing something into a daily practice. I feel is a big part of this that's coming in here. So whether that is something physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, or all of it, or a couple of them, whatever, I feel like this is a big month for you to implement it. You do have the Justice card, along with the Ten of Swords. Yeah. So there is a bit of letting go of these expectations of the Ten of Swords. The big Ace of Swords that comes with the Justice card here, over here, and the scales, is this balancing energy. It's, we start off, of course, with a lot of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be's and must be's of the scale. And these are the small t truths of opinion that we stack on that side. So, and we get it from everyone. So we start off way out of balance. All these opinions of humans giving us all this stuff, right? All these thoughts and beliefs and stories. And so we do that. And then later in life, we start, uh, when we discover we're more than the human character, we're these spiritual beings, we start learning higher knowledge and wisdom. So but we also learn to question these old beliefs that are not true. Some of them we just, which, but there's also sometimes we have something that we experienced, we take it, we transition it or transmute it into higher spiritual wisdom, which takes from here and puts here, which does a big movement and big balancing. So I feel like there's a lot of that questioning of old mindsets. There's this, even the Fool card is an energy of letting go of old ways, looking at the world as full of possibilities instead of a world of restriction. And I feel like there's a big growth that comes in here with all that. Underneath the surface, let's see what's coming in here. Yeah, you have a calling, the Judgment card, which is getting clarity on what it is, how you uniquely want to share the unconditional love in your heart with the world. And that is getting out of our heads, getting out of all the rules, all those expectations, all those opinions of who you should be, supposed to be, must be, and all that, right? So I like that for you. Yeah, the Hanged Man. It is a month of transformation. I mean, you've got, we have the Hermit card, the major arcana on the bottom. These are two major arcana, which are about life-changing, life-altering type of energies. And you do see things differently. You do go through a transformation in September. Yeah, and here's the Ace of Pentacles. So there is a new opportunity that opens up here. And I do feel like you are getting this nudge to do something more in alignment with what would feel like a dream come true type of energy. And you're realizing, I'm following my joy. I want to express my joy. What am I waiting for to live my joy? To die? No, I want to live, right? So I want to be happy. I want to be a happy pill. All right. So I feel like that's some of what they want you to know. Let's see, with your fortune cookie, what else that they want you to mention for September here. So what else for happy pill? Nope, none of those. Okay, really obvious. There it is. Thank you. And you have Purification. You got the Cat's Claw, card 25. So cat's claws are an herb. Let's see what we have here for you. This is ruled by Mars and Pluto. And cat's claw powerfully protects our sacred essence, our blood, and our DNA. Like the Black Panther, it is regarded as one of the mighty protectors of the sacred ways of the forest. Cat's Claw is here today to help remove blockages, wounding, or trauma. Energetically, Cat's Claw clears ancestral trauma, deeply assisting our healing as we rewrite our story. Wow. Like the energy of Black Panther, it roams through darkness with courage and curiosity to assist us in accessing the hidden light of truth. This is a reminder to take this time to befriend the silence of the dark void. Channel the gifts that your ancestors have provided. Know that your path is loved and supported by life. Wow. I love that for you. Beautiful energy for September. Definitely being guided by your ancestors too. So I love that. So hopefully that helps. Happy Pill. That is what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. And thank you, everybody. Sorry to all of those that I did not get to your free readings. If you want to try tomorrow, Saturday mornings, I generally don't get to free readings, but you can definitely try. You never know. Saturday nights, sometimes I do get to them if you want to try then. If not, for sure come back Sunday. Between 11 and 2 is when I'm live. I actually post these sessions about an hour before, and the chat is available. Just a little hint that it's available an hour before. Or whenever I post it, like today, I think it was over an hour earlier. Depends what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm like, I gotta go do this, but let me do this, and then I'll go do that. Anyway, you can put your question in there, is what I was trying to get to, and as long as you put your question in sometime between when it's created and when I end my session at 2 p.m., I will come back later on in the afternoon and finish out any readings I did not complete in the morning session, including all free readings. So there you go. So please join me. And again, apologies for not getting to your free readings. Thank you guys all for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful for that and for all the donations, all the love and all the support, especially your thirst after hearing from Spirit. So until I see you guys again, remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourselves. Remember, have some fun. Because why are we being so serious all the time, right? All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.